All right, I'm here. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Hope you're all doing well. How is everyone? Time to do some painting. I don't really have a theme for today. Hey, Siren Knight Sparrow, how are you? And Skittle, hello. Happy Thursday. Yeah, I don't have a theme yet for today, so anyone is welcome to throw ideas out. Obviously, environment themed. If you're new here, hi, Katoshi. How are you? Hello, hello. All right. Um. So yeah, today's theme. I don't have one, but I want to have a theme. So it needs. I don't know. Maybe I'll just start putting down color and hope I find something that seems exciting, and maybe make it. Also, I have some. I've got downloaded some new brushes, and I paid for them today. They cost a whole whopping 120 clippy points. I don't even know what a clippy point is. I had a bunch for free, but I paid 120 of them for a brush set. So we'll see. We'll see how this. They looked decent. Yeah, I have no idea what clippy points like. What the, how much it costs like in actual money, but they were fake money that I got during like a 30-day event where you signed in every day for like a sign-in bonus, and then they'd like add 15 a day or something to your account. Some days would be more. 120 clippy points. I know, Audible guys. How lavish throwing around that kind of fake money. I know. And especially fake money that I got for free. No, I think it's like, what is it? Maybe I'm wrong. I think it's like $20 for 2,000 clippy points. So this is like the equivalent of $1. Maybe. Or I'm wrong. I might be wrong. I don't know. It's been forever since I've looked into it. I don't think I'm not actually opposed to spending money on that stuff. I just had some saved up, but I figure if I'm gonna have these points, might as well spend them. If you guys are anything like me, you go through like video games earning coins throughout the game, and then you never spend them because you're always saving them. I do that in real life with free stuff too. It's like, oh look, I have this trial version that I could use. Well, I don't want to. I want to use it at the right time, and so I just end up never using it. So I want to, yeah. I always said I want to get in the habit of just using the stuff that I have, and yeah, not with real money. I like saving real money though, but fake money, gotta use it. Still a vibe. Also, everyone's pink today. Possibly, I never quite figured out how CSP points work. Yeah, me neither. I like that they're called clippy points though. Okay, so anyway, this brush set is actually fancy. It has like 8 or 6 blender brushes and a whole bunch of other this isn't working. Oh no, these brushes not work? Oh, this is a blender brush. Whoops. Okay. So the top are blender. Okay, this is... Ooh, okay, so we got some grassy brushes. This will be... I didn't know these... Whoa, what the heck? So these are like foliage. Okay, so this... We're gonna be doing some weird stuff today. I normally don't... Adding... Hey, Sayu, adding to the pink wall. What brush is this? This is I'll post it here. It's very, I don't know. Okay, it's called Nia! Exclamation mark Nia, Nia. That's the brush set. Here, I'll click it and show it on screen so you guys can see it. Hopefully this doesn't crash my stream. I've been having some rough internet lately, and loading stuff can be rough. But here we go. It's loading like a potato, but it's doing it. They're very painterly. There's a lot of texture. Yeah, that's all I know. Is very textured, very painterly. But they seem nice, and I like painterly textures, and we'll see. So far, the only brush that I've used looks like a stamp brush, which is not my favorite thing, but I'm okay with it occasionally. So I'm going to test it out, see what I can do with it. It might end up making my paintings look way different than normal. So yeah, this brush has a lot of... It's very textury, very stampy. Some foliage for grasses and stuff, which, you know, that's nice. I like that. Let's plop in some lighter colors in the background. How's the blending? I mean, pretty nice. They don't look too opaque, so it gives a nice blended feel. It can definitely do some... some stuff like this. Some bigger brush strokes in the foreground, some smaller in the back. Okay, anyway, next brush. Lines. Ooh, this looks funky. So this is not a blender brush, but it definitely is a mixing. Like, it's a good brush for mixing, I think. Very, very... It's called Concept Lines. It's just a very textured line brush. It's not too bad. We can go with a little bit of blue up here. It has some nice color blending. I like it so far. So far, I haven't... I'm still on the lookout for a block-in brush. This so far is the best that I have. Hey, Real Big Mountain, how are you? Good afternoon. So this brush is something I've never used, but when I look for brushes is, you know, is there a brush I can block in with? Yeah, new brushes. I'm trying this every Thursday. I don't know if I'm going to stick with it, but today I paid for these brushes, so I got to get the most out of them. And by pay, I mean flippy points. Okay, so yeah, this is very soft. If you guys like painting softly, this is so good so far. All right, so that's this brush. Oh wait, no, wait, that was what was that? Oh, wait, was I painting with chains? But didn't know it. Is this a chain brush? Hold on. No, okay, it's not a chain brush. So yeah, this is like a weird scratchy texture brush, which is kind of weird. Anyway, this next one. This looks like a chain brush. No, it's not chain. What is it? It's just like another texture brush. Hey, Eye in the Night, how are you? Byroxy, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Hope everyone's doing well. Good evening. Yes, Guten Abend and Guten Tag and all the time zones. Guten Zeitzone. Is that how you say it? Time zone. Anyway, yes, happy time zone no matter where you are in the world and what time it is. Still morning for me. 11 a.m. Hope everyone's doing well. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, this brush is what would I use this brush for? I'm trying to it doesn't seem to have very much color. Is this a blend? Oh, it's a blender brush. Okay, I didn't sort my blender brushes properly. Okay, so that's a blender brush. That was the brush we already used, I think. Oh, okay. So this is like a line. They call it Dab's line brush. So it's kind of I don't know, just a textury brush that is not bad. It's a consistent brush that could be good with lines. So it's, I guess, if you want to sketch in texture, it's not bad. Kind of has like a chalky look to it almost. Okay, that's not bad. I'm just trying to kind of categorize these mentally so that I can do something with it. Okay. This is looking very underwater so far. So yeah, this isn't bad for like if I want to do like, you know, underwater and there's some textures on the ground or something. That could be a thing. Could also do, you know, if this is a field, this would make for, you know, you could hand paint some tall grasses. So this is not a bad line brush. Okay, what's this one? Broken something. This is... Ooh, so this one is a weird brush. It has extreme color jitter, which I don't like. It's very hard to control. I don't know. I guess it would be okay for texture. What would I use it for? What is the texture? I don't know what I would use this brush for. Just having Clip Studio Pro last week. Just loving painting anything that came into your head. Always have a bad time with colors on paper, but in Studio it's amazing. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I think colors on paper is hard because unless you're using a lot of like actual paint and you're mixing, it's hard to sort of mix colors. I feel like with wet media you can mix, right? With dry media, I feel like you have to sort of know the colors you want ahead of time to some degree, and that is a little harder, I think. But yeah, so this brush I think is bad. I don't see a use for it. It just feels maybe I don't know what I would do it for. It's like a chain brush, except it's not chain pattern. It's maybe like textures like going upward, like a bamboo-y type stuff. That could work. Could be like a I don't know what I would use it for. It's a weird brush. Okay, what's this brush? Some more textures. Okay, lots of textures. And you have to buy every color for traditional, but with digital. Well, so yeah, I mean the idea normally with traditional is that you should mix, right? And if you, I mean, the secret to good colors is to not use all of them. Like, don't buy every color you need. You would mix them and you work them into each other so that they harmonize with each other, right? Because part of what makes colors look nice typically together is that they have some of the colors, like they're sort of a, they can kind of coexist from mixing and blending. I mean, because if you think about light, right? The way lighting looks realistic is if it's actually lighting the scene, right? If you have a blue light, it's shining on every object in the room. That blue is working its way into the color in every single object that you see. So there's an element if you think of blending in that way. I don't think it's too bad to get different colors traditionally. You were lost on Reddit, Rona. You've fallen victim to it. How are you, Rona? But yeah, I think if you're doing dry media, it is harder to mix though. Typically, I don't know a lot about traditional, so I'm not a great person to talk about it. But from my experience, I think wet media is better than dry if you want to get good colors. You was only thinking of oil pastels and didn't think of paint mixing. Yeah, yeah. So these brushes, I'm trying some new brushes, Rona. I paid a lot of money for these. I paid 120 clippy points. I know, clippy points. I spent like a sixth of my free clippy points. Whatever will I do? But yeah, so these are kind of interesting. There's a lot of texture. I know, clippy points. Yeah, so there's a lot of texture to these brushes. I don't really know what I'm gonna do with half of them, but I kind of like them so far. They're very painterly. They're almost too painterly. It's gonna give me, yeah, anyway, so this is something. Lots of, anyway, so there's another brush. This one, strands. Ooh, okay, I like this brush. This is just a nice, solid, this is, oh, this is a good blocking brush. This is gonna get some fun shapes. I already love this brush. I've paid a lot of money for these. I've paid 120 clippy points. Yeah. Thanks, Rona. Yeah, I tried to put the pause in there for dramatic effect with the... yeah, so this brush is nice. I like this one. It's hard edge. It's not like the rest. Not like the other brushes. This one has hard edges. Okay, so there's that. I'm kind of just painting over a lot of the stuff. All the hard edges, yeah. But anyway, so this is much more like what I'm used to, this kind of thing, where I can block in shapes. But I am definitely going to make the most of the soft stuff today. Just the softer brushes. But what I like, okay, let's try a blending brush. A blender brush. No, wait, so how does this work? I don't know how blend brushes... Do I have to be... Do I have to be specifically on the blend tool to use a blend brush? Is that the idea? Or do I just use it as a regular brush and it blends? Because I feel like sometimes that's how it works. Does anybody know more about Clip Studio than I do? Probably everybody who uses this program. So like this brush says it's a blender brush, but it looks just... Oh, I know it is blending. It's okay. It's a function of the brush. Okay. So I don't have to be in blend mode. Okay, it's a function of the brush. So if I pick a yellow, is it going to blend yellow in? No, it's not. It's purely blending. Okay. So, strands. What is this? Okay, why is there not color? Is this a... Oh, it's a blend brush. Okay, that's why. All right, twig cluster. Okay. Ooh, pretty. Just what's there. Hmm? Mm-hmm. What are you wait, what are you saying? Siren? Okay, broken. Oh, I already did that one. Strands. Oh, yes, this was a nice one. So, the one... Oh, wait, this is Strands 2. Is this different than Strands 1? We got a sequel here? Oh, this one has color jitter. Okay. Strands 1 does... No, Strands 1 has color... What's the difference? These look the same. No, they don't. Okay, Strands 2 is thinner. Strands 1 is fatter. We got some chunkier brush there. Blending brush is working on only what's on the page. Oh, I see. Just only what's on the page? Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any issue with that because I do that a lot. Black and yellow, like a highway. Yellow and black, like a highway. Yeah, a little bit. Like a highway? Are highways black and yellow? Oh, I guess. Yeah. The black asphalt, yellow lines. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying out some brushes. So I think I like this. Like a bumblebee. Yeah. Okay, so that's the rake. Okay, we got our classic rake brush. It's not bad. How's the color blending in it? Not too bad. Does it have a rotation around this? No, it doesn't. Okay, so we can actually get straight lines. So yeah, if I go like this, just straight up, it actually gives me a horizontal line. Okay, that's interesting. Alright, let's see. A pen brush. Okay, so if I want to do sketching, this is probably the brush for me. Right? We can... Oh, it's a little laggy. Oh, what is the heck? Yeah, that's... Oh, that's weird. Okay, so this brush lags, but it only lags in one direction. No, wait, maybe it doesn't. Maybe that's just my computer. Okay, maybe that was just me. I don't know. I think it was only when I went fast, like this, then it starts lagging. Look at it trail behind my cursor. Can you guys see that? Isn't that weird? I feel like that's not even lag at this point. It's just, look, it like tries to catch up to my cursor. It lags. Isn't that weird? What's causing it to do that? It's not even lag. It's. I mean, maybe it is. I don't know. It's like it's chasing my cursor. And if I speed up, it speeds up. But it never catches it. God, this brush is weird. It's gonna like crash my computer or something. Oh, it's just a feature of the brush. Maybe it's like a smoothing thing? Oh, it's smoothing. That's what it... Yeah, it's a stabilizer brush. That's what it is. Look, so if I go jittery, it's never a hard edge. Okay. Yeah, it's a stabilization brush. Okay, gotcha. But these don't have it, right? Yeah, these don't have it. These are... Yeah, it's not lag. Yeah, you're right. It's a stabilization brush. Okay, got it. So that brush... What one was that? That was the... That was the pen brush. Okay, I see. That's why it's called a pen brush. Because they want to make it so it's good for drawing shapes. Okay. Okay, then we have a brush. Oh, another brush. This one also has stabilization. I don't like that. I don't like stabilization. It's weird. Okay, block. Ooh, I like this one. This is a favorite already. You need to turn that feature way down. I mean, if you're doing line work and you want to, I mean, it depends on the type of art you do, right? Like I'm not grabbing stuff or brushes that are specifically made for environments. So it's just the whole package of painting and drawing, and like I get that it's not always going to be for me. Yeah, I could turn it down or off. But yeah, I should probably do that if I'm going to keep using it. But I don't really know how I'm going to use it. Because, like, I'm not really changing my process when I do this. Although here I'm just kind of messing around with different brushes. I swear I will draw some, or I will paint something. So yeah. Anyway, how's everyone doing? How is your week so far? What's everybody been up to? I feel like it would throw me off even with line work if you could change the speed. I don't know. Maybe someone out there likes it that way. Well, I think it's good if you're doing like big shapes or something. So if you're doing like, you want to draw a circle. Oh, that's not good. Is this the... Oh, yeah. I don't know. It just makes it a little smoother, I guess. But yeah, it's weird. I don't know. It is weird. Yeah. I'm going to a graduation tonight. Never been to one. I was homeschooled. Oh, interesting. Well, they're pretty boring. I think graduations are extremely boring to watch. I mean, sure, it's cool if you're the one graduating, but whatever. I guess that people like seeing people they know graduate. That's exciting. It's a big moment for them. But I don't know. I never got into them. You watched your mom's dog today. Chaotic little demons. And a little crazy hyper dogs. Those are something. Did I try every brush? I think I did. Okay. So I like this brush. So this brush was really nice. This was the Strands brush. Okay. So let's do a thumbnail with these. I like the Strands brush because I like these shapes I can make. They're very, very nice. Boyfriend's excited about it. He also was homeschooled, but he's been to lots to film them. He says they're super interesting. I have a feeling he's wrong. I mean, I don't know. I think if you're there for a reason, like to film, I mean, that could be pretty exciting. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's something I mean, I'm big on shifting perspectives, and I'm sure there's a way you could view it in which it's fascinating. And obviously if you're there for a person who is graduating and you know them, that's cool. You could even just, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to hate on graduations, but they're kind of still boring to me. Two chihuahuas on top of the one you already have. They had a great time, but I'm dead. No. I'm sure the chihuahuas appreciated you playing with them. Okay, let's do a blue sky. Also, save, make sure I'm recording the time lapse. That's important. Last stream I did not do that. Time lapse is being recorded. If you go to File, Time Lapse, you can click this little check mark to make sure it's recording. If you click it again, though, it'll turn it off, and don't do that because there's no recovering it. I think you'd have to just not save. But yeah, so as long as the check mark's there, it's recording. And yeah, it just saves it into your file and makes your file super huge and bloated, and then it takes forever to save. But you have a time-lapse out of it, so it's all worth it. Did I just sell you on the time-lapse feature? I hope so. It is actually a pretty nice feature, but it really does make the file size ridiculous. Okay, maybe we'll do an underwater scene today. It is kind of mermaid. It is mermaid. Okay, but no, let's not do one for this. Ooh, this brush has weird color mixing built in. Okay, what about this one? We need to make a elapseth the timeth. Well, that's the thing, though. You can't know if I'm doing it or not, right? So it's hard to... Oh, speaking of lapsething the slideshow... But you think there is one from Tap somewhere? Yeah, probably. But there is the cat's version, slide the show it. Anyway. So yeah, this is a weird brush, because it's not perfectly... The color mixing is weird. I kind of like it. Maybe underwater. Let's go... Okay, I'm going to order these. So I like the concept brushes. Or, sorry, strands 1 and 2. What about block? Okay, the block and brush is nice as well. Which is probably why, I mean, I'm not a big detail person, so I guess it would make sense that the block and brush is nice. Let's see. The long-haired one is mine. Hope that's okay to share. Oh, yeah, that's cute. The long-haired one. Okay, you're gonna have to forgive me. They all look the same. I can't tell which one's the long-haired one. Is that the white one? The lighter one? Is that the long-haired one? I actually cannot tell their hair length. They all look the same. The floofy lighter... Okay, the lighter one. Yeah, it does slightly look like longer hair. Okay. Yeah, those are cute. They do look like they want to run around. Like, if you were to run out the door, they would chase you. And they would just be... They look like they're extremely energetic and ready to go. Even the one that's lounging and sitting down looks like it's ready to go. Just, yeah. They look extremely energetic. We have some flowers, but it's pretty average for a yard. Wait, okay, let's see. You ordered from DoorDash earlier today, and after the delivery, the driver texted me to say your yard was pretty, and when I didn't respond, she texted me in the app about it, too. I don't know if she just liked it that much, or if she was just trying to get an extra tip. Oh, she was totally trying to get an extra tip. You know she was trying to get an extra tip. I'm sure she thought... So, I feel like that's actually a cool thing, though. Like, so she's incentivized to, obviously, give you compliments. But she's probably finding genuine things to compliment you about, right? Like, it's like when someone, you're teaching kids or something, and they're like, okay, you're gonna give a compliment, and it's like, then you have to, like, search for something that you're gonna compliment them on, because it's not always a thing that you immediately think about. So yeah, she is probably genuine, but probably also because of the tip. I don't know. I don't necessarily think that she would have gone with something different. I think that's totally fair. I bet you it's pretty normal for that person to compliment people. But again, she picked out your yard, so that's cool. Your yard, you must have a nice yard. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure she was trying to get a tip though. Like, I mean, hey, if you can just not even if she isn't though, like as long as it's still genuine, right? Like, it's not a less of a genuine compliment because she was incentivized to say it, right? I mean, it'd be like, imagine she was listening to the radio and something came on the radio that said, by the way, don't forget to tell the people that, who you care about that you care about them. And you're like, oh, you know what? That's a really good bit of advice. And then they go and do that, right? It's true they didn't think of it on their own, but it's still no less genuine. Like, the meaning is still there. It's just there was an additional incentive or reminder to do it. And, in her case, it might have been money, but either way, it doesn't mean it's not genuine. Why do I always hear weird stories about DoorDash and not Uber Eats? I don't know. I have a coworker who does DoorDash. I should ask him about sending people random messages about compliments and stuff. See if he does it. I don't think he does. Like, he doesn't seem to be the type of person who does that. But I've already tipped her twice, once for the main order and an extra for the added item your sister wanted. Maybe she thought this girl is an easy tipper. Maybe. It's possible. I feel like if I were doing those services, I would definitely use it as an experiment. Like, for myself, right? Like, if I tip people about their kindness or their personality or something, do you get more or less tips than if you compliment them about their house or their yard, about things that aren't them? Or if you compliment, like, it could be anything. Like, I kind of feel like, or versus no compliment at all, like, what gives the biggest tips? Like, I'd still make sure they're real things. Like, I wouldn't just make stuff up, obviously. And also, I think that would come off extremely disingenuous and people would know it. But I would totally use that as an opportunity to see. Because, I mean, there might be a method out there. I mean, I like this stuff. I like that kind of, like, thinking about things like that. I don't think, outside of doing DoorDash and trying to get tips, I don't think it's really that useful, but it's that'd be pretty amusing. It'd be social experience. Yeah, because obviously you'd want to do what gives you the most money, right? I mean, and I think some people this would be a soft spot or a sore not a sore spot, soft spot. Like it would be a thing where you'd feel a little bit slimy, right? Like you're manipulating people. But is that really any different than like, let's say you're a newscaster and you want to put on a smile because you're in front of an audience and you want to make them like you more and they're more likely to come back. Like, is it slimy to want people to enjoy, or if you're a streamer, right? And you want to be a little bit more present, or maybe you want to work on your speaking, so that you don't come off as awkward. And so you greet people more, or you speak with more enthusiasm. Like, isn't that all the same thing? Like you're doing something in an attempt to better the experience, right? For everybody. I mean, it's not like you're asking, please tip me, right? You could try that too, I guess, if you were a DoorDasher, but that probably wouldn't work. I don't know. I just joined and I have to say that so far it looks great. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm playing around with some different brushes and I don't really know what we're doing, but we're gonna figure it out. Yeah, just blocking in some colors and trying stuff. I'm not liking all the underwater vibes. So one thing I've noticed about these brushes, because there's so much color mixing going on, even when I wasn't really trying to, I just started with a bright blue sky and then picked like a green color in the front. But because of all the color mixing, it gave me like a gradient of colors that ended up looking very underwatery. Because everything is such a, like, all the colors are kind of mixed together, and you have like this fog almost. It's almost, it's very heavy on the atmospheric perspective. And I feel like a lot of that just happens naturally because of the brush. Also, that brush lags. So yeah, the block-in brush lags, not fortunate, or not good. Missed you in your painting. Ah, Sunmazu! Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. The best way was to smile super big and say, if you enjoyed your service, please leave me a review, and hand them a pamphlet with the name in bright marker written in front. I missed a comment, a couple messages from you, Pop. Let's see. I kind of did that when I worked as a dispenser for Walmart. We had to give out surveys, and I practiced every different way of saying it to see which ones got the most interaction, and I won the top number of surveys every week. Dang. I hated giving out surveys. Some people would just put it in the back and say, please give us a survey, but the guilt trip worked best. Ah, I see. Yeah, tell people that you'll get fired if you don't get 10 surveys in the next hour or something. Just kidding. Don't do that. That would be evil and terrible. Don't do that. Yeah, I hated it. I did that for a while, not at Walmart, but at a different place. And yeah, handing out surveys sucks. If there was, I always felt like this. If there was ever an opportunity to have a genuine conversation with a customer, let's say they come through your line, you're like, oh, I really like, such and such. Maybe you compliment them because you really like, their shirt or something, right? Or maybe you, for whatever reason, somehow start talking about something, some other topic, right? And you have a real conversation with them. And then all of a sudden you end it with, please fill out a survey. It's like, really? You just ruined this interaction, right? This went from an actual interaction to a transaction because now you're trying to get them to do something for you. And it just felt so bad. It's like you've made this already miserable job just a little bit more miserable by ruining every interaction that we had with asking people to fill out surveys. Anyway, Sunmazu, how are you? So I actually, thank you so much, Sunmazu, for the Prime. I really appreciate the Twitch Prime sub that you gave for free or not for free. It's your Twitch Prime, but for being a Twitch or Prime, Amazon Prime member, you can link it with your. Okay, I'm not gonna do this spiel. Sorry. But anyway, thank you so much, Sanmazu. I really appreciate it. Very generous. But yeah, I did find when I was doing that that telling them that you don't like the surveys either, and that you and saying it at the start, and then basically you can talk about your silly company policies and stuff, and then it's like a real conversation because everybody can relate to how silly these policies are, and at the end they still might feel bad for you, so they still fill it out. I found that was not a terrible way either. So you're still talking about it, but you're talking about a mutual dislike of something, which I don't think is the best interaction. I think it's sort of a negative conversation, but I think it is, at least it's genuine. I don't know. I don't like the fake happy stuff. It's pisses me off a little bit. Anyway, which is funny because I mean, I don't fake being happy on stream because I think I'm genuinely happy when I'm streaming, but there is an element of fakeness, right? I mean, hate to break it to you, but most of the time, well, most of the time I am in a good mood, but I do try to be, as kind as possible and I don't know. I guess I try to do that anyway. I think I'm pretty genuine on stream, but I don't. Yeah, Zach, but I think most people understand and they can differentiate the real interaction from what your job made you say if you're being genuine. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you're good at a good communicator, but I don't feel like I ever was good enough at that. I don't know. I don't know. I kind of always got the feeling that even when people thought that I was, maybe it was a genuine conversation, that ending it in this sort of sales pitch would make it feel like you're yeah, like you're performing. So it kind of, it sort of discredits, like it doesn't make the entire previous conversation less genuine, but it gives them that doubt, right? Like, oh, that person is really playing that up, trying to butter up the customers or whatever. Pretty well and steady. Yours, hey, Tabson Lumi, I'm doing well. Oh, you were asking Chin. Also Chin, I am doing well. Anyway, I want to add some of this red in here. Ooh, look at that. That looks nice. I like the red down here. Some red flowers or something. Just blobbing them down. Anyway, kind of like this. I mean, it looks nice. It's not super. I feel like what we would need here, though, is some nice forms. We would need to really add some interesting shapes in the back, which is what I'll do right now. Just kind of carve out some shapes. Maybe I'll take the block brush and see how that works. It's not great for that. I guess the strands brush works. I haven't done art in a while. I'm going to make a copy and paint while we chat. Oh, nice! And also totally share it when you're done, because we want to see, or I want to see. I think other people like to see too. Also, if anybody's doing any art and would like to share, please do. So yeah, I'm trying to block in some shapes in the background. And now I'm gonna start brightening it and adding some bright spots. I don't think this brush is great for that. Is there any brush that really adds in the full opacity? Well, that's not a bad one. It's a little textury. Let's see. Lines. I mean, I guess they're brighter. I don't know if it's not soft enough. Let's see. What about cluster? It's not bad. So like if I'm trying to put this in the back here, in the gaps. Okay, let's try some of the blend brushes. Okay, so that's just an extremely soft blending brush. Or not soft, but that's a hard edge blender. Okay, so hard edge blending. I don't know what that one's doing, actually. That doesn't even look like it's blending. That's almost useless. Let's see. Ooh, this one's a soft, very, very soft blender. Okay. I like this one. That's neat. It adds like a texture, kind of. This is a cool brush. Okay. What about... Oh, that was already that one. Another very soft brush. How do you change the color wheel so fast? I'm hitting Alt. So Alt is... Here, let me show you. If I go to tab, let's see, eyedropper, display, subtool settings, how do I do this? Tool settings. No, I don't know how to show you. But yeah, basically, if you just press Alt, notice it'll change my cursor from the brush that I'm using, right? So right now I'm using a brush that looks like this, right? If I hit Alt, it'll... Oh, it's saving now, so you can't see anything. But if I hit Alt, it will change my icon to a little eyedropper, and if I select it, it'll pick that color, right? So if I come up here and hit Alt, right now I'm on red. If I hit Alt here and I select this color, it'll pick this bright white blue, right? So that's how I'm doing it. You know, if I want to pick this yellow and it's already on my canvas, I can pick that, right? And then, of course, if I mix it into a new color, let's say this blackish green or an olive color, I can select that, and now I have a new color, right? Maybe I want to mix it. Maybe I really like this blue up here. I can take that blue and I just start painting, right? And by mixing, sometimes you can get some really nice new colors. For example, let's say I'm mixing this red into this orange or into the yellow, and I get this nice orange. I don't have to go up here and manually color pick. I can just select the color of orange, and now I have this orange. So yeah, it's quite nice if you're doing a lot of blending on the canvas, because then you can take the new colors and you can smudge them around. And this is kind of how I like to get really nice new color palettes. Because everything is sort of a combination. It's made from the same colors. Although some of these are too blendy. I guess the block-in brush is the most non-blendy. Yeah, it's the eyedropper. Yep, the eyedropper. Yeah, I use the eyedropper a lot. So yeah, that's how I'm changing the color palette so fast. Lighty Hoss, or Light Hoss. I don't know how you say your name. Probably Light Hoss. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to do another thumbnail. I don't like that this brush is so laggy, because otherwise it's like the best brush. Because it doesn't have that blend. Okay, so I'm going to do a painting where we are looking downward, I think. So I'm going to just draw some perspective lines. You know, eye line up here somewhere, some lines coming down. But I think it might be cool to do like a... I don't know, where do I want the perspective line? Something like this. I don't know. I'm just sketching in some shapes. Just trying to think how I want to do this. What do I want to do with this painting? I mean, we could do like a looking down an alley type thing. Maybe we should have raised the view or the eye level a little higher. I mean, we can still do that just by going like this and just extending this stuff downward. So yeah, we could do that. Maybe we even go higher. I mean, we could do the eye line off the whole painting. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of that, but we could. It's definitely something I don't do very often. There's some little things sticking up. I do feel like if I'm doing that though, I should have some of this stuff. Okay, yeah, this is I'm running into the difficulty with this brush. Is it doesn't it's hard for me to if I want to color pick a certain color, it doesn't it has like an automatic blending. So if I pick say this color and I place it down, it's not necessarily going to be that true color. I love the way you're using colors. Can you make a living from your art? And what would you recommend to people who want to self-teach art? Any particular resources? I'll tackle those from the first question to the last. First of all, thank you for the compliment. Can you make a living from your art? I do not earn all of my income through my art, but I maybe could if I really pushed it. I don't know. I don't really actively make money with my art other than just, you know, whatever happens through Twitch or through commissions that people contact me for. Like I don't really typically like promote myself or advertise, but I think I could probably do it. I don't know. It would be hard and it would be stressful, but I think maybe I could do it. I don't know. It's borderline, but I you know if I went full time, I think I could probably do it for sure. You know, a few months with like making enough money, but I think at some point, you know, there's always that uncertainty. Like, is the next month or you know three or four projects down the line, am I gonna run dry and have to you know go into panic mode again? So I don't know. It's that would be a it's I'm not sure, but I do not currently earn all of my income through art. What would you recommend? But again, it's kind of for lack of trying, I think. And what would you recommend to people who want to self-teach art? Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. I can't. You know, it depends on the person, but I think if you want to self-teach art, at least the way I am doing it or have done it, is definitely just by trying to learn a lot about a lot of stuff. But I think there are a lot of good resources online, in particular anything, you know, if we're talking about like illustration and concept art and design, that kind of thing, like drawing images from your head, right? Doing, you know, creative things in that sense. I do think there's a ton of resources out there for sort of the art fundamentals. I'm using air quotes there. Um, you know, just consume a lot of knowledge, practice a lot of the stuff that you consume, you know, view a lot of art, and try to understand how they do it. There are some books that I recommend and some educational channels. So that there's some art channels. Any the first two channels there, Marco Bucci and Swatches, those were great channels for learning like fundamentals. Particularly, I think you know they're both digital, but all the stuff they talk about also applies to traditional. I think any sort of tutorial that you watch, make sure it's painting tutorial, not like Photoshop tutorial. You know, here's how to do this in Photoshop. Like that's not relevant, right? It's not about the buttons you click. It's about the ideas behind it, right? So like if you're gonna learn anatomy, that's gonna exist whether you're doing traditional or digital or Clip Studio or MS Paint. Like it doesn't really matter because the skills and the understanding and the knowledge are all the same. So I think focusing on those kinds of things, just painting a lot of what you like, trying new things. I think that's probably the biggest one. Um, Also, I'm experimenting with new brushes today, so you're gonna have to forgive me for some of the I don't know weirdness. There's gonna be a little bit of uncertainty here. Um, let's just take some pink and ooh, let's do some pink and orange and just make some nice color palettes up here. Pink, or sorry, that's not pink. That's orange. It's pinky color. Maybe that's like a sky. I don't know. I guess ooh, I know what I can do. So I don't really have any super hard edge stuff, but I can totally go like this. I'm still gonna be taking a while to get used to these brushes, but it's gonna be very soft paintings today, I think. Have you ever received a significant sum of money from your art, like more than uh from any of your art, like more than $10 to $15 a week? Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, depends on how you calculate. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so for commissions, if for like a single image, I'll typically charge like 250. So yeah, I mean that's certainly more than that. But again, I don't always have a steady stream of commissions because I don't really advertise. So, it's not like it's kind of like I just people will literally contact me out of the blue, some through stream and some not. But yeah, so like here's the thing, like I don't advertise like so there's this subreddit which is I've mentioned it before, but it's kind of toxic and I don't really recommend going there. But it's called Artist Lounge. And sometimes or there's also Art Business. Sometimes people will ask questions like, I want to start taking commissions. How do I get clients? And I'm like, I don't, I can't answer that because I just keep making art and putting it out there and then people contact me. I'm not actively making posts on Twitter saying, I'm now open for commissions or I need money, I'll paint for you. Like I'm not doing that. So, and I still feel like I have a pretty solid amount, kind of, considering I don't really try. Like I literally don't have anywhere that I'm taking commissions. It's not, you cannot find that information because I don't post it. So I don't know. I, yeah, I don't know, but it's not like that's not the long term goal. Um, for now, I'm just having fun painting and yeah, but yeah, it's commissions are weird. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna be a thing I take on forever, and it's definitely not the kind of work. And then of course streaming, which is yeah, probably like it's more than $15 a week. I mean, I probably get I don't know $10 a stream, maybe so like $30 a week, about $100 a month, maybe. That's probably about what I get is $100 a month. I don't know. It's hard to say. Actually, no, it can't be that much because I don't have 50 subs. Yeah, there's almost no way I get I don't know, probably $100 a month. So I don't get much through streaming, and honestly, I don't stream at all for the money, right? If I wanted to be rich, I wouldn't be an artist, and if I wanted to be rich, I wouldn't be a streamer, and I certainly wouldn't be a streaming artist, right? Like that combination is, I mean, well, actually, that combination suddenly becomes more interesting, I guess, but I don't know. Probably not the best combination of things, in all honesty, but no, I do have a part-time job that supports me, and I'm okay with that. Hey Lucy, how are you? Ooh, let's go into the dark blues in here. Okay, so maybe there's in this painting there's gonna be like a castle or something sitting out here, or a house. Gosh, this brush is so weird. Okay, let's take this. And then maybe let's see, sun can come from the right side. No, I mean, it looks like it's coming from the right side, but let's make it come from the left. I don't know if these will be good shapes or not. Probably not. That's probably terrible. But that's okay, let's try it anyway. And we'll just edit them. Good, and you? I'm doing really well. I'm doing good today. That's a weird little house thingy. Maybe the shape's not amazing, but again, we can fix that. Just trying to make some blobs. Maybe these shapes are something like this. And then maybe there's some other shapes back here. I kind of like this. It's sort of neat. I don't really know what the foreground's going to be. I guess it could just be some sort of, like, I mean, we could sort of put some stuff in here. Like, maybe it's like a swampy area. So we have like a, I mean, I'm just using the lasso tool right now. But let's see. We could have like, I like the idea that, I don't know, maybe there's just shapes in here. But let's make them lead into the environment. So we're gonna go like this. Oops, that's a weird shape. Whatever. Kind of just pointing into the mix here. I'm gonna take this darker color. Okay. And then I'm gonna take that other dark color and just paint right over the top of this. There. I feel like that's not bad as far as you know, and maybe there's some stuff going up here, some shapes that are breaking the silhouettes. So yeah, a lot of just random shapes with the lasso tool. But it's honestly one of the easier ways to paint with these brushes. They're not really easy brushes to use. Because there's nothing... Look, so this is my struggle. I think I'm going to have to change these brushes, or at least one of them. So if I pick this bright color, and I put it down with this brush, I cannot get that bright of color, right? So I go to my next brush. I pick this bright color. I try to put a highlight up here. I can't do it, right? If I go to one of my old brushes, and let's say this brush, which is my, you know, my classic brush, it's the exact color that I pick, right? So when I put it down, it's the brush that I, you know. So I'm looking for a brush in this set that functions like this, where I can color pick something and I can add highlights in, right? Because this allows me to come in here and add little, you know, shapes and things. Anyway, I found your YouTube channel some days ago, and I've been learning a lot from you. Your art is amazing, and it's really nice to watch you paint on stream. Oh, thank you so much for being here. That means a lot. That means a lot. Yeah, also, speaking of making a living on art, I mean, maybe someday YouTube will be a thing. For me, obviously YouTube's a thing. But yeah, right, like I just recently started putting all my VODs on YouTube. I don't really like making videos, so I don't do any editing. So it's kind of low quality, but, you know, maybe it'll get more people to show up, or maybe I'll start getting ad revenue someday. I don't know. Probably not, but it's also a possibility. But I don't really think, if you wanted to do art, I don't think the idea of like doing content creation and, you know, social media, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel like that's one of those things you do kind of because you like it, and if it happens to work out, then you start pushing into it. And honestly, I feel like that's sort of the way with art in general, right? You do it because you like it. You try to get better at it. You put a lot of time and effort in, and eventually, maybe things start looking kind of positive, and then you can sort of lean into the things that are going well. I mean, this is even what I do with social media. So like, I don't, you know, focus on growing any of them. I just kind of post stuff whenever I have something to post, and then I kind of ignore it. And if any one of them starts picking up traction, then I'll sort of start putting more effort into that specific one and maybe less effort into another. But I don't really care which one I'm on. So I don't know. I don't put a lot of brain power into it. It's kind of just, oh, okay, well, I'll do some, you know, I'll put in the time, I guess, but it's not a stressful thing. I don't know. Anyway, so that's a nice, quick thumbnail, I guess. It's sort of beachy. Hold on, actually, speaking of beachy, it does look like a nice beach painting. So let me copy this thumbnail. Copy, paste. I'm just going to plop it in there. I'm going to edit tonal correction. I'm going to change the color. See if I... Ooh, that's a nice color. That red. What if I then put in... something like that. And of course, this is going to be a little bit... So this is a little bit different, which I like. I like this. I mean, it's not super beachy, but it's kind of nice. I feel like Rona would like the colors in this. Seems very Rona-esque in colors. Okay. There we go. So yeah, this is just a different color for the same thumbnail, but I'm adding a little bit of water in here. Maybe there's some like footprints in the sand or something, if this is like the sand. It's also a little magical and a bit glowy. Maybe we can even come in here and pick this bright color and shift it towards the orange. Obviously, this thing's not designed, so yeah. Let's see. If you would make a video course on how to paint a fantasy landscape with all the detailed process from start to finish, I would definitely buy it. Aw. Well, I mean, I'm happy to talk about that on stream. I mean, in some ways, it also depends, right? There's so many different ways to start a painting. And I know it sounds like... and I'm not talking about technique, right? I'm not saying, oh, you could start with oils or watercolor or digital or whatever. I mean, like, the idea part, right? Like, what do you want to paint? There's so many starting points, and most of them involve some amount of exploration and design, right? Some of them start with, you know, the theme. Some of them start with a very specific story or an idea. Some of them might just start with a color. You know, it might just be, I want to paint something that's very blue today, or very green and forest. You know, maybe you say, I want to paint a very green and blue, you know, forest. It's very like cool colors. So like let's do that, right? Let's take that prompt that I just said, like a very cool forest. You know, maybe I just start by plopping green on the page. I'm like, okay, here's some green. I'm like, does this look like a forest, right? So oftentimes some of my process is literally, it's more of a design process. I start typically with mood, with color, with values, those kind of thing. And then I quickly abandon all of that and I focus purely on shapes and composition and sort of design. And then I start to sort of bounce back and forth between lighting, story, mood, design. But I kind of start with the mood. So I might do something like, okay, we want a very, very blue at the top. You know, it's going to be, I don't know, maybe it's not at the top. Maybe there's some blue at the bottom. Very dark. I'm going to take a smudge brush. I'm using a different brush now than my brush set because it's easier for me to explain this. Right, so I'm going to do a lot of color mixing. I guess I can mix with my other brushes. Let's see how this works. I haven't really used these brushes, so let's do some blender brush with these. Those are nice. Okay, so I want to make a forest. I kind of like the color palette here, maybe a little bit. Maybe there's not enough green, so I'm going to take some more... Whoops, I'm going to go back to my other brush. I'm going to make some, you know, tree shapes or something. Let's see. Maybe I want to be looking up at trees. So actually, by making it up, so now I'm thinking about composition, right? Because I have the mood kind of down a little bit. So I'm going to lower the horizon line, right? Maybe I put a line of trees in the background very quickly. Right, I want to make us looking up at this. So I'm going to put a lot of branches up here that we're kind of looking up at. I'm trying to establish our eye line, right? So that's important because we're looking at something. So yeah, I'm just kind of imagining looking up at a scene, right? So maybe I'm going to even do some sketches like this where there's, you know, things that I'm looking up at. I'm trying to draw in some perspective so that my brain starts to understand what it is I'm seeing because I wanted to paint sort of a jungle or a forest. Maybe there's some branches up here. Some other things. So now I'm thinking, again, composition. And a lot of my process is very simple like this and very loose. But there's a lot of things happening, right? I'm thinking of, like, I would have to go step by step if I were going to teach somebody because you'd have to learn a little bit about perspective, right? Where do you put your eye line, right? If my eye line's here and I'm looking up at everything above it, I'm looking down at everything below it, right? So if I'm going to draw a shape down here, I need to be looking down at whatever shape I draw, right? If it's a rock, right, I need to be looking at the top of the rock. Whereas if I'm looking up here and it's a rock, right? Whoops. If I draw a rock that goes all the way up here, right? We can't see the top of it because we're looking at the cube like this, right? So we can't see the top of the cube. That makes no sense, right? We see the bottom of the cube instead. So there's a lot of, perspective involved. There's values for atmospheric perspective. And so it's kind of a juggling act. So now I'm going to block in more values, and now I'm actually going to make my screen, I'll make my screen black and white so you guys can see here in a second. So once I get to this point, this is like the mood, right? There's not much here. I kind of have an idea of what it might look like, but I'm actually going to flip my screen to black and white, and I'm just going to start adjusting values. Maybe I want the foreground a little darker. Maybe I want the top darker. Maybe there's things up here. Maybe there's some branches that hang down. And this is where I don't care about the mood because I'm only color picking, right? Because I'm color picking, you can actually see the color wheel, even though it's in black and white. You can see it go crazy as I move my mouse over here. So I'm still color picking the colors in my painting. So there's still going to stay variations of blue and green. But because I'm painting in black and white, now I can purely focus on like the light parts poking through the trees. Maybe that we get some trees coming this way. Right, I'm going to make it black and white again. Maybe there's some landforms down here where they go in different directions. So you have like different things down here. So now I'm thinking, again, purely thinking about composition right now. This still wants to be above us. I still want things to look like that. Again, I may not be super happy with some of this yet, but I feel like there's some things that I'm pretty happy with, right? Maybe it's the... I don't know. What am I happy with? Am I happy with any of it? So yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll do more with the trees here. I'll make these come up. Now okay, I've kind of goofed up the perspective already, but that's okay. It kind of looks like we're looking up here now. I've kind of raised the horizon line on us, which is not intentional. Maybe I'll try to remedy this by painting some contours up here. So now we're looking up here, so I'm painting some contours. So a lot of it's just, again, there's an element of drawing, right? Because you have to be able to draw shapes in perspective. Right, maybe I'm going to want some light in here. Also, let's go up this. Okay, so I'm going to really just draw in some perspective lines. Or not perspective lines, but lines that imply perspective. Maybe I'll do it with green. And a little bit of blue. Right, so now we have a sense of perspective. Right, these things we're looking up at. We're starting to get a sense of these are some foresty things, some trees. That's what they're called, not foresty things. Right, maybe some more trees back here. So I feel like we're starting to get a sense of depth, right? There's a sense of depth. There's a sense of scale. Depth is the most important part, probably, in environments. And if you were a total beginner, you'd want to focus on the 4 main principles or things that affect depth, which typically is perspective. So if we order them out, perspective is the first thing. Perspective, right? This is things like this is linear perspective, by the way, right? And this is things like, converging lines get closer, right? That's the whole principle of converging lines get closer, objects get flatter as they get further away. So if you're drawing lakes, right, your lakes are going to look more and more like an ellipse. Your ellipse is going to turn more into a flat line as you get further away. Also, things are smaller, right? That's that principle. So you have 1, 2, 3, right? So things get smaller. So perspective is one of the main ways to show depth. The other is overlap. Oops, so overlap. So this is things like, I mean, some of these are obviously overlapping ideas, but then you have things, here's a shape, here's a shape, so if you have shapes that go in front of characters, like maybe you have a river coming this way, and then you have something in front of it here, and then maybe the river comes out behind it or something. Like, just by the fact that this is overlapping, again, we're going to kind of build on these. The fact that these things are overlapping kind of imply that there's some depth in there. So that's, I mean, it's also perspective, but anyway, overlap is good, right? Overlap shows that there's things, there's space between the things, right? So that's like the second main thing. Then you have values, or also we'll just call it atmospheric perspective, or we'll just call it values. But no, I'll do atmos. Is that how you spell atmosphere? Rick. Perspective. Pardon my bad handwriting. So then you have atmospheric perspective, right? So that is things like dark. Have I disconnected? No, I'm still here. So this is things like basically. So actually, hold on. Overlap is also, going back a second. Overlap is also things like foreground, midground, background, right? Separating your foreground, midground, background into 3 distinct parts, or more than 3, to give a sense of depth, right? If it's just a flat plane in overlap, if all you have is a flat field, right, and you just have this perspective lines, it's hard to get a sense of depth as well as if you have, here a hill and a here, right? This can imply that, each step is going back into space, right? Oh, maybe that was a bad one, right? Maybe we have something like this, right? And each step is going further in. So now we could, have something like this, and then like that, and, whatever. You get the idea. And each of these go further and further back. So overlap's important. Atmospheric perspective is kind of just the value version of overlap, right? This is where objects that are, in front of each other, they're essentially, they're getting, well, as things get farther away, they take on the color of the atmosphere. Hey, FD bar, how are you? So that's probably the next one, right? If you wanted to draw a scene, a simple scene that looks like it's going into the distance, you could just make some shapes. And I'm using a little bit of the first one up here, right? I'm using a little bit of perspective and scale, right? My objects in the background are small. My objects in the foreground are nice and big, right? And you kind of have this sense of distance, right? Because of that. You have sort of these different values. Obviously, you could also render them a little bit by adding separation in here, and drawing line and doing all the stuff. But you can kind of get a sense of depth by making your shapes clearly read, splitting them up. You're using overlap, but really, most important part is you're using values. I'm good with perspective, overlap, and light direction, but in atmospheric with colors, I don't have any experience at all. I just did black and white before. So I think if you're there, I think probably the so the fourth one I'm going to ignore, but we're going to call it use lines to describe form. So that would be things like actually, this is more what I would consider rendering, but you'd essentially start using lines to show what forms these are, right? So if this is, if our eyes are up here, right, these forms are gonna, maybe they go like this, right? This is something that I think is not as important early on in your painting, because it's almost akin to detailing, right? You're adding little subtle details and stuff, and it's important, but I don't feel like it's critical for painting environments, right? This is kind of like it's a version of perspective, I guess, but it's perspective as it relates to single objects and not as it relates to like big distances, right? So that's like the fourth is actually describing things, adding a little bit of detail. You could also use value to describe form. So maybe we'll put use lines/value, right? This is where you get into the subtleties of your values, right? Maybe you start putting in some of your occlusion shadows, right? You start adding little darker spots in here. Maybe there's little cracks, right? This is like the detail thing. Work with bigger brushstrokes. Yeah, I mean, early on. So, I mean, I definitely start broad. I start extremely broad. Big shapes first. So, actually, in order of these, I kind of ignore this one mostly at first. I purely start with shape. I mean, I kind of do all these at the same time, but really I start with shapes and values and overlap and composition. And this part of the painting can be kind of second nature a little bit. I mean, you still have to, problem solve and figure out what you want to paint. But a lot of this is kind of how I, mentally break it down is I start doing this stuff first. Um, but here's the thing. I actually might, I mean, I kind of start with color, but like I said, I promptly abandon color, right? I can turn my screen to black and white, and then I'm back to this stage, right? So I think there's a few ways to paint with color. You can select your color first, and then you try your best to ignore it, right? That's one way. Or you can ignore it at first, like this, and then you come in here and start coloring it with overlay layers and, blue sky, all that stuff, maybe a pink and purple foreground, right? You can come in here and start coloring things in different ways. I thought when you work in grayscale, it helps for accuracy for color. Yeah, so working in grayscale helps you forget about color so that you can focus on values, right? Yeah, so I mean, either way, even when you're working in color, you try not to focus on the color, right? Because you should be focused on the values. But if once you have experience working in color, you kind of get a sense that, this blue is darker than this pink, right? Not by much, but by a little bit, right? So once you start doing that, you can start arranging your values as you pick colors. Like, okay, well, here's a light color, here's a darker color, here's my darkest color, or maybe I want it a little darker, or that, and then you can start doing the same thing, but just with values. Like, I'm not really thinking about, ooh, I gotta pick the perfect blue. I don't care about that, right? I'm picking values. You just happen to see color, right? It's very easy so I think, like, from a viewer's perspective, it's very easy to get distracted when you see someone painting in color, because it looks like, oh my gosh, you're painting in color. How do you pick colors? It's like, well, color picking, honestly, can just come down to, like, well, sometimes it doesn't matter at all. Sometimes it's a matter of just, like, I have little systems in my head that sort of help me mix color. It's like, for example, if you're just starting out, you could take, you could do the same gradient that I have here, right? This is just a dark foreground, light background, right? So you could do the same thing you did here, say, except this time you would say a light foreground is going to be warm background, so warm and light, and then you're going to pick a dark and cool foreground. Exact same thing I just did, and now I'm going to mix some of these colors, right? Just grab a random intermediate color. Doesn't matter what it was. It could even be a light purple if I wanted, but that doesn't, literally does not matter because I'm going to mix them. And then you do the same thing, right? You make your foreground, midground, background, right? You want your mountains or your hills, something here, maybe something else here, right? You make your shapes. Maybe you do this, and now you have more shapes. Maybe this one actually comes up in the foreground, right? It's still the same thing, right? I have the same values, but now I have a little bit of color in here. And this is nice because it kind of helps you ignore the color, or you could just turn it to black and white and literally start ignoring the color, right? You could add in some shapes in here, right? And I think this stage, I think, is hard for some people. Once you start adding in some additional values, which is number 4 over here, right? This is like using values in line to describe form. When you start doing this, right, you can add lighter values to, say, down here, but you don't want to add the actual value back here, right? You don't want to take this bright color, which is this pinkish, yellowish, orangish color. You don't want to plop it in full value right there, right? You're blending it instead, right? Same thing here. I don't want to just take this white color back here and plop it in here and in here and in here. Like, that's going to look terrible, right? Because it's going to destroy the value structure that you've already established. But you can lightly put it in here and get a new lighter version It's still much, much darker than here, but it's lighter than this, right? So it's like and this is not a bad way to go in and, right? Again, I can put some lighter colors down here. Maybe this is like a tree trunk, right? So I'm still describing some form. Maybe there's some plants in here, right? So that you can have color and value variation in here. You can have additional things like this. And yeah, I am thinking about composition. Yes, I am. That composition is a thing too. And this is why it's hard, because I am kind of juggling things, right? I'm doing a lot at once. And keep in mind, I'm purely focused on value, right? But because I'm always painting light over dark, not always, sometimes, it's doing a natural color mixing. Is it the hard composition? I don't think so. I think composition is, I don't know. I mean, I think different things, there's such different things that some people are going to struggle on some more than others, right? Like maybe for me, perspective was the easier of the things, but maybe and story and coming up with interesting ideas was always the hardest. But maybe for others, story and composition are the easy things, but designing, but actually drawing things in perspective is the hardest. It really just depends on sort of you and maybe the order you learn things and how you're thinking about certain things, right? If you do a lot of drawing with pencil, right, in lines, it might be the case that you really, really struggle when it comes time to blocking in shapes and values, right? And composition. It's hard to think in terms of black and white when you're so used to thinking in terms of lines, and it's a different way of thinking. So I think there is an element of like, yeah, a lot of it's probably just the way that you learn. I mean, if the main ways that you learn to paint early on were focusing on value, you're probably not going to have a problem doing value because you don't have anything else that you're trying to juggle, right? Because doing this kind of painting, you are juggling a lot of things. And so whatever one you learn first is probably going to be the easy one, right? Like, just like juggling. It's easy if you've never tried to juggle like actual, balls or oranges, right? You go to the grocery store, buy some oranges, try to juggle, right? You can probably toss one up and catch it, right? You can probably, whatever first orange you pick up is going to be the easiest one to juggle, right? The second one is probably going to be the next easiest. I think composition's a little tricky because it does rely on all of them, right? It's hard to focus on composition without knowing perspective. Perspective oftentimes, guides your eye, right? If you have a road in here, right, you're drawing this road in perspective, which is also coincidentally guiding your eye into the scene. Also, that's not in perspective, so ignore that. Right? But anyway, the point I'm trying to make with drawing poorly is the things do overlap. Hey Gandalf, how are you? Hope you are well. I'm doing very well, Gandalf. Sorry I have not been around a while, but work is insane and moving, so lots of stress. Dang. Well, try to relax. Hopefully you get some days off here and there. But yeah, Gandalf, I'm doing really well. Even that rock and tree curving can work for the framing of the focal point as well. Yeah, it can. I mean, composition is something that I have my go-to things that I kind of do. Maybe there's some stuff back here. Maybe there's a house over here. Again, why am I putting it here? I guess because it's on a third. I don't really like to, I don't know. I mean, I do think a lot about composition, and there definitely are things, and maybe here I want to add some lights, right? And I start layering things on top, right? Also, things like, when I draw this, I'm like, oh, this looks like a face. I don't like that. That's confusing. Hey, Kath, how are you? Also, Kath, no, the slideshow is off for a reason today, or right now. Because I'm having it on the screen where I can show my values. So, yeah, so it is off for a reason today. So after I get to this point, boo, I'll turn it back on. Don't you worry. Kath, how are you doing, by the way? Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I think composition is probably the hardest because it's really hard to teach because there are a lot of things. For example, it's quite common to put your focal point near or on your horizon line with environments. Not always, but it's quite common. And one of the reasons it's common is because if you have a line, you know, your eyes are up here, right? We have a railroad or something. We have all of these natural lines that guide our eye right here, right? So it would make sense to put an object like a giant mountain range or something. Maybe it has some interesting shapes in it, right? I don't know. Some weird structure with a hole in the middle, right? It might make some sense to put it right there, right? Because again, the lines are leading us there, right? So if you don't understand perspective, you might not be able to make decisions about where do you put your horizon line, right? You might start putting your focal point on a rule of third, but then have your perspective all wonky and it just doesn't make sense. And like sometimes things like you can get away with extremely easy, you know, now I'm just making foreground, midground, background, right? Maybe I don't want any objects as high as the top point here, so I actually lower it, you know. And you can do stuff like this. You know, maybe this shape is going to lead our eye in a little bit over here. Right, so you can have an entire, and you know, now maybe I want our eye to come this way, so I'm just going to draw a road, but I'm going to do it in the reverse, so I'm going to make the road very, very light, right? So we guide our eye. So there's a lot of composition stuff that it's hard to do if you don't know perspective, right? If you don't know overlapping shapes and how to divide up the scene, it's very hard. Like, they're all kind of intermingled, right? Sometimes when you change your perspective, your composition changes, right? If you add an additional object, suddenly your composition changes, right? You change up your colors, right? You have a really big, bright splash of color. That means your focal point's changing. Well, your composition just changed, right? So, like, composition is sort of a balancing act between the focal points, your colors, your values, the lines where they lead. It's your big shapes, your small shapes, your medium shapes. It's a balancing act between all of this stuff. So it definitely is kind of the hardest, but I also think a good composition is oftentimes extremely simple, right? Simple as in non mess. It's it's just you can have like a simple focal point off in the distance like this, right? Maybe you have some simple lines leading up to it. Here, let me try something else. Doing good, just doing some crocheting. Oh, nice. So for example, in this painting, I'm actually gonna use this as a painting for today. I'm going to plop in some colors, maybe put some greens in here. So even color palette can affect composition, right? You can have things like warmth on top, which is what I'm gonna do here. Right? I'm kind of changing values a little, so it does change things a bit. And I'm going to have some cool values or tones in the foreground. Okay, so anyway, here's a new color things. Sounds like a boss stage. Kind of a boss stage. Not really. But I mean, it's funny because it happens at all stages of your painting, right? From the moment you start sketching in your... I'm deleting that little thing I had earlier. But from the moment you start sketching in where your eyes are, right? If my eyes are up here and I'm looking down at everything, that looks like a face. No. Anyway, the moment your eyes are up here, right? And you're looking downward at your scene, so this is your horizon line, right? If I'm drawing a bunch of little islands over here, or like platforms, right? This affects my composition, right? Because this is where my eyes are, and this is kind of where I'm looking at everything down here, right? So the second I draw I establish, so in other words, once I draw a cube like this, my a part of my composition is already set, right? It's where my eye level has already been decided. I know it's not totally composition based, but it does affect it, right? Because these lines are naturally going to go somewhere, and guess where your eyes are inclined to go? Like, your eyes, obviously you could draw things that that draw your eye downward, right? You can absolutely have focal points down here. They don't have to be up here, but there are things you're actively fighting against sometimes. So like there is an element of perspective that affects composition. So again, the second you draw your first object, part of your composition is already taking place. Now, not a lot of it. It might only be 0.01%, right? It's just a fraction of it, but there's all these things that affect it, and everything you add starts to kind of weigh in on your composition. And so sometimes it's good to establish the heavy parts of your composition first, right? Like, where do you want your focal point, right? That can be pretty important. And then you kind of can build it up around that. So if you have stuff back here, maybe this is a nice little scene. We have shapes and interesting things down here. Oh, wait, I remember what I was going to do here. I wanted to put some little orange dots back here. Just for fun. Maybe they're like, I don't know, lights or something. Travelers with lights down here. And maybe I want some, again, I realize this is not super exciting lighting, right? Lighting is a whole nother thing. Where do you, if I want to start putting lighting in here, this is going to start changing my composition, right? Because now it's drawing attention away from the main focus. I forgot where I got this from, but our eyes are drawn to detail, no? I mean, our eyes are drawn to contrast. Oftentimes detail is contrasting. Like if you have a lot of detail, I think eyes are drawn to detail. Eyes are drawn to faces. Eyes are drawn to contrast, right? That's contrast in shapes and color and in value, in subject matter, right? If you have, a whole bunch of very detailed penguins, right? All evenly spaced and they're all equally detailed, and then you have one very detailed dog, right? Like, detail is not the deciding factor here, right? It's the contrast of the shape, right? That's going to be the thing that draws your eye, right? So detail, yes, can be important, but contrast typically is from my understanding, is the major element, right? But you could also have contrast in size, right? You could make this much larger. That's even more detailed, right? You could have contrast in value, right? You could have, you can also have multiple focal points, right? I could do this too, right? Which, like, now where's the focal point? Well, there's two of them, right? There's two main spots you're going to look at, right? Some people are going to maybe look here first and then see this, right? And there's ways to arrange this, right? If you wanted this to even be more clear, right? Maybe you want to engineer the scene in a way where you do have a couple different focal points. So maybe I take these and I move them. Oops. How do I do this? Why is this happening that way? Let's merge these. Okay. So maybe you take these and you move these away, right? I'm just taking some of these and I'm moving them, right? This one can go over here. I'm kind of giving this some space, right? I'm giving this some breathing room. Maybe I add some more of these down here. And then maybe over here, right? Maybe I add some additional space over here. Like, this to me is starting to add contrast between this object and this object, right? There's sort of a space between it. You maybe first see this one, but then you're like, wait, this is kind of the other one. Maybe you even add a few more in here that are smaller or something, and you're like, oh, now I see this. Like, anyway, the point is, but you can also have texture, right? Texture can be a contrast, right? You could have one of these that look like, a checkered pattern. Maybe all the others are just dark. Like, it depends. I mean, contrast, there's a lot of ways to do contrast, is what I'm saying. Yeah, if you draw a tree with a focal point, if a point of view on the ground looking up the leaves, the lines of the trunk will converge to the leaves. Yeah, exactly. By rocks. Exactly. I really love your art. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of ways to add contrast. I don't think you have to try to, fit every single way into every single painting at first. I think you should typically start simply, start with just a couple ways. Typically, contrast of values is the most effective, right? So things like this, value contrast, light against dark or dark against light. Most people are drawn to dark against light, but again, this is where adding a variety, right? Eventually, some expert painters are gonna use every trick in the toolbox, with every tool in the toolbox, right? They're gonna use contrast and value, both light against dark, right? They might put light against dark down here, where you do little silhouettes of stuff, right? And then they're going to have, big, medium, small shapes. So they're going to have contrast and values. They're going to have maybe a little punch of different color in certain spots. That is, maybe we come in here and add some glow dodge and, I don't know, put some little lights in here or something that make it this thing interesting. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just messing around right now. Maybe they do value or color contrast, and they use leading lines, and they use lost and found edges. Some of the lines are going to come behind this object and they're going to disappear, and then they'll pop back out. And so your eyes are kind of like, oh, here's this, and then it comes back here, right? And then they might have, I don't know, different shape contrast. So this one is, again, very like a pyramid shape. Maybe down here there's some rounded shapes or something that are just kind of softer and just different. I don't know, to make this part feel a little like, there's all sorts of stuff, right? There's every tool. I mean, I'm not using all of them, right? I'm using some leading lines. I'm using some, again, there's foreground, midground, background. Also, we don't have things like scale, so maybe I'd want to put, like, I don't know, maybe these little blobs back here. We don't know what they are yet, but maybe I pull one aside up here and I render it really well. So now you have this highly rendered blob that might look like a, I don't know, Pac-Man or something. And now you realize that that's facing the wrong way, right? And now you actually realize that all of these little blobs are actually all Pac-Mans, which you didn't know before because I just gave context. So that adds something right there. Anyway, that's a random thing. I'm not really making this Pac-Man, but anyway. So there's a lot of little things, but you don't have to focus on them all at once, right? Like, I think it's not. Also, there's things like divide. You don't want tangents is another one, right? That's a big compositional no, right? This is probably not ideal, right? So instead, maybe I should bring this up and, like that. So it actually goes off the canvas instead of pointing right at it. And maybe there's some light up here, because we want to add some light, because lighting can be interesting. So yeah, there's just lots of little things. But I think when you're starting, focusing on values, simple colors, right? Just simple overlapping shapes, foreground, midground, background, get your scale, big shapes, and shapes get smaller as they go further away. Today it kind of clicked for me that to be able to draw simple forms in 3D, like boxes, cubes, cones, and so on, will make it easier to draw all types of objects, like human forms. I've heard it been mentioned so many times, and I have understood the theory of it, but today it clicked for me, which means I need to practice more simple forms. Yeah, I mean, it's also, there's also a certain pattern to simple forms that I think helps. And a big one that I use every single day, pretty much, is cones. Or not cones, cylinders, right? If my eyes are down here and I'm drawing a shape that's above me, right, it's going to look like this. This is a really, really common one. And the pattern, right, this doesn't look like there's patterns, but the pattern that I want you to notice is this, right? If I'm going to add more rubber bands or shapes around this, right, there's this arch, right? This arch is very important because as we get towards the horizon line, right, if I'm going to draw another cylinder up here, right, this one is going to look like this. And suddenly this line is going to go here, here, here. It's flat, and then it goes this way, right? And if I'm drawing a cylinder down here, it's going to be like this, right? So understanding this pattern is a really good way. And see, this pattern directly relates to perspective, right? Perspective is what's making these objects. So again, we have this pattern, it starts to flatten out as it gets towards the horizon line, and then it starts to go the other way, right? That's the pattern. That's important to know, because if I'm drawing something like trees, right, and I want to sketch in that these trees that I'm looking up at them, I can just start drawing that pattern. I'm going to render the bark around the form. And I know that this is the pattern that's going to help me do that. Like, yeah, contour bands, exactly. And that this helps because this is, like, if I'm drawing really, really tall trees, I can do that by knowing, understanding. So humans are, you know, a bunch of rounded shapes, basically. And yeah, you don't always, even if you draw a simple shape, you can start describing things that aren't there. Like, you know, not every tree is going to have, what do you call it? Bark. Not every tree is going to have bark that looks like this, right? Some bark goes up and down. But if you only draw what's there and you only draw the verticals and you don't draw the contours, it's not going to look like the thing you want to describe it. So this is probably, if you're doing a lot of environments and you like to exaggerate perspective, like without actually drawing, you know, perspective lines, you're just kind of, you know, twisting back and forth. Here, let me erase this. Right, so you can sketch out an environment. If I'm just using lines now for a second, which I never do because I don't like it. But you know, if I'm drawing an environment back here, right, and I'm drawing some tall trees, I can just make these little bands, right, just kind of implying perspective. So I could, you know, make a tall tower back here, right? I'm just kind of going back and forth, kind of scribbling. This is a very tall tower. Maybe I make a shape up here, right? I'm kind of just scribbling, but I'm scribbling in a certain pattern, right? Palm trees are great for that exercise. Exactly. You know, and then, so there's something, and, you know, maybe I go some up here. Yeah, palm trees are great because they actually just kind of look like that anyway, right? Because they already have that texture. But anyway, you could almost just kind of sketch things. It doesn't matter what it is. And just by using that, and then, you know, down here, and also another thing when you're doing puddles, right? The same thing. If this is the horizon line, you know how I make them go flat here? If I'm going to draw puddles here, right, these are very flat, these are very not flat, this one is quite literally round, right? You can make your puddles look like they're going into the distance by, what are you doing? You're making them flat, right? So the outside of this puddle is going to be this shape, the outside of this puddle is going to be this shape, right? And as you get closer, these puddles are going to get significantly rounder, right? So that's just in everyday drawing random shapes, right? I did the same thing here. Look how flat this is. Look how, you know, this is less flat, but still pretty dang flat if you look at this edge, right? So very flat, less flat. And then you get down here and you're like, this is the, you know, this is like the non-flattest edge ever, right? And it's following the same pattern, right? If I were to draw another one in here, it would look like that, right? Somewhere between, right? There's that same pattern that we had before, right? So flat, here, here, here. Non-flat is it's the most curvy, right? It's extremely irregular, right? So there are things in perspective. There's a lot of pattern recognition in perspective. So it's not like, if you're just going to be practicing drawing cylinders, it's not like you have to know how to rotate cylinders perfect. A lot of it is just sort of moving, you know, drawing them up and down in perspective, noticing the patterns and repetition that you make as you do that. And it's by noticing those repetitions that you start getting a sense of how to draw, you know, shapes. If you're just quickly sketching a tree, knowing that you can sketch it out like this, right, really, really quickly is nice. Well, I did that poorly because this is our horizon line up here, right? And it might be the case that you only want to show, you know, maybe you want to get really stylized and only paint the shadows of this tree, right? So you go like this. And then you know, this doesn't look like much, but then this, you might be able to, if you're good, better than me, you might possibly be able to describe the actual contours of this tree by painting cleverly designed shadows, right? And then, of course, when you have your light shapes in here, maybe it'll highlight that, right? And so you're like, oh, just from the shadow shape, I now understand the tree. I did that one poorly, so kind of ignore that. So yeah, it's not always drawing everything in detail. Sometimes it's just sketching things out. It's implying shapes. So yeah, perspective helps, right? It might look like I'm not, making anything accurate. Perspective's not just about accuracy, right? There is definitely a pattern recognition thing to it. And yeah, it also all relates to other things. Anyway, going back to this little forest that I was painting. Also, can you guys hear my AC? I just realized it's been on this whole time. Also, I should save and drink my tea. But yeah, if you want to get better at, okay, you can't hear it, that's good. If you want to get better at perspective, I do think some of the simpler stuff is good. Gosh, it's really hard though. It's all like relating multiple things to each other, right? It very much is just patterns. At least that's how I kind of think about it. Faint buds when I talk. Okay. Yeah, well, it is loud, but okay. I'm going to add. I guess this would have been the better example because I did this. I literally did the thing I was talking about here. So I'm going to do something. So these trees look like they could have... So speaking of contrast, let's come in here and add glow dodge. An airbrush, I'm going to pick a teal because I like teal. What if I just put some glowy stuff in here? Right, maybe some up here. And so now I'm thinking about composition again. Where's the focal point? Well, clearly somewhere in here, right? Because we're kind of looking down this little corridor. Just barely. Okay, yeah, I don't mind if there's a barely color dodge. Thanks, Vana. Let's see. I could also add green, make it very, I don't know, off-putting. I mean, I kind of like the green. Ooh, that's kind of cool. The green's up here is very much the focal point now, right? We've kind of changed it. Oh, how I missed this. Okay, now we can go back. Okay, we can go back. Thank you, Kath. Ori universe be like, yeah, very much. I mean, Ori does that. Like a lot of people when they paint, right, they always do dark against light. Well, Ori kind of flips it on its head and does it the other way. Wait, it's not. Oh, it's not there. Tricked you. Just kidding. That was my bad. Sorry. Psych. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Ori's cool because it has, that bright light in there. It's like the main focus is just this glowing object, which is pretty cool. There is no slideshow. Yeah. I'm gonna bring in, and again, there's some people who are like, oh, this saturated color palette is silly looking, it's unrealistic, and it's true. This is extremely stylized in color. Glow dodge and color dodge will do that. So let's erase some of it. Maybe I'll come back in here with a... Maybe we'll go like that, actually. I like the glow in this better. There we go. This is kind of cool. So this is a little different. Right? So now I'm going to take these same colors that I had, and I'm just going to start... Here, actually, let's switch to a different brush. A brush that we've been using. So yeah, I'm going to just use a different brush now. Lob in some colors. Maybe there's some bright colors in here. I don't know. Just trying different things. But anyway, so this is like that bluish environment that we were talking about earlier. Sort of this foresty scene. And yeah, so sometimes you just start with black and white. Sometimes you can start with colors. So I think as far as like how do you paint or like a process for painting, I think there's it really depends on what you want to start with. Okay, let's see. Okay. You have to be careful what you post to Instagram. My boss followed my account. Oh my goodness. They hired me for this position based on those Insta posts though, so I guess it's all right. Wait. Did they hire you based on the post, or you mean they saw the post and they saw you? Shared some art I just wrapped up in Discord. Not good enough for Instagram. I'm low on energy today. Oh. Wait, I forgot what your new job was. Did they actually hire you based on your Instagram? I forgot. I'm trying to. I don't remember what you said your job was. I've already forgotten. I apologize. Anyway. So yeah. A lot of these paintings are very similar, but they're kind of cool. Anyway, we'll do a couple more thumbnails and then we're gonna vote. Nothing you do is good enough for Instagram. That's not true. That is not true. So here's the funny thing. I don't know. There's not an official word for it. I'm going to call it the Instagram paradox or the social media paradox. I just like using the word paradox. It makes me sound fancy. But there's this phenomenon where everybody wants to post their best stuff on Instagram, but people actually like seeing other people's work in progress, right? People like that. It's always cool to see how the art is made, you know? It may not be as shiny, right, and as eye-catching, but there is an element like nobody's going to be like, oh my gosh, I'll unfollow you if I see a work in progress picture. Nobody's going to say that, right? Everybody likes seeing it, but nobody likes posting it. And it's kind of this irony where if you do post it, it's kind of good because you're the only one doing it now, and other people will like that, and guess who they're going to go to if they want to see works in progress, right? So it's kind of this weird thing where it's like we all tell ourselves it's not good enough, but then it actually ends up working out if we post it anyway. I don't know. It's weird. Okay, Lurk, gotta pack soon. Appreciate the insights on composition and landscapes. Oh, thank you so much for being here, Nuzakara. I really appreciate it. Yep, I see a meme who show the making and finishing with high count and interest in the first, but nothing on the finish. Yeah, I mean, it totally happens. I mean, it's not even that. So, first of all, I mean, I know that's a meme, and it's not perfectly accurate because I do think the general masses do like shiny and fancy art more. Like, if you're just scrolling, the thing that's going to catch your attention is going to be the final, and it probably will get more likes and more engagement, and thus, it'll do better, right? However, I think there's a difference between what people like and what people actually consume. People like to consume shiny, they like to consume dramatic, right? They like to consume the negative or the extremely positive, right? It's kind of the social media effect, right? Like we might look at negative news longer and we might look at the extremely shiny, amazing stuff longer. But then if you ask us what we actually like to see, we don't like to see the dramatic and the drama and the negativity. Like that's not what we like. We just happen to consume it more and the algorithm detects it and so it spreads it better, right? So there's a difference between what do you mean what? Do you not like I mean, maybe you do like the drama. That's insanity. I mean, if you were to ask people, do you want to see a ton of negativity on your news feed? You'd probably say no, right? Very few people are like, I want to see negativity. Oh, I see. You're responding to Popcorn Girl. Okay, my first day doing the job was yesterday, and it was fun but exhausting. I decorated 468 cupcakes in 3 hours. What? That is a lot. Yeah, that is a lot of cupcake decorating. Dang. Wait. Hold on. Let me bust out the calculator. I'm gonna 60 minutes times 3, 180 minutes, okay? Okay, we got 100. Oh, you can't see this. So 180 minutes. I didn't actually need. So you did 468 cupcakes in 180 minutes. So you did 2.5 cupcakes every minute? Is that right? So if we go 60 divided by 2.6, a cupcake took 23 seconds per cupcake. 23 seconds a cupcake. That's pretty dang fast. At that, without stopping, mind you. So if you took any breaks, you were going at a faster pace than this. Holy crap. That's insane. I mean, I guess it's not that insane, but at the same time, there's no stopping, right? It's just constant for 3 hours. So even if you were only doing 4 to 5 seconds a cupcake, but and occasionally having some downtime, it was, yeah, it would still, that's still a lot. That's a lot. I just had to stop and fill the bags up every now and then. Yeah, understandable. Cupcake every 23. Not eating a cupcake every 23 seconds. Decorating it. We're decorating here, not eating. Nobody ate 400 cupcakes in 3 hours. Okay, anyway, back to environment painting. I'm getting flashbacks to your factory job. Oh no. I subtracted the time it took to prep the containers and print the labels and stuff. I see. They're no. They're decorating it. Somebody will eat it. Okay. All right. Should we vote for one of these and then I should work on them? These are all very simple paintings. Let's do one more. That's gonna win the vote. It was fun because you got to choose what colors and sprinkles you want to use. Nice. That's always fun. I was making backups to put in the storeroom freezer. Nice. Okay, so we have that. Let's do a painting on the side, sort of like... Let's add in some shapes. Joe the show. You're right, Kath. I always forget the slideshow. I feel like you probably have you ever had a dream about telling someone to slide the show? I feel like this is a thing that you say so often now. At some point, you're gonna have like a dream about it. You're gonna be walking by somewhere in your dream and you'll see like a screen and there won't be a slideshow and you're like, oh, slide the show. I don't know, man. Okay, anyway. So I'm gonna draw these. Maybe there's an interesting shape in the middle. We don't really have anything with stuff up top. So let's do that. Gonna just make some shapes. Maybe this could go up here. Maybe this is like some sort of overhangy area. And so we can get like maybe there's some funky lighting down here. And this lighting is gonna go that. Ooh, let's do color dodge actually. Big boom. Big boom boom. What do you mean, big boom boom? What are we talking about? Okay, so I don't like these colors, but let's go to my airbrush. Why does that not work? Oh, that's airbrush 4. Where's my... Why is that even an airbrush? Airbrush. There we go. Okay, maybe orange. So I'm trying to add in some sort of lighting effect or something. Maybe we'll do like a pink glow. Some sort of purpley glow effect. Kind of like the colors there. It's a little bit otherworldly. It's not quite going to show... Yeah, it's a little different. Yeah, how's that? Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, that's okay. But it's not very clear. So let's add in some of that glow down there. Maybe there's... Ooh, I know, we can do like an overlay. This is going to make it more saturated, but I'm okay. I'm going to grab a dark color. And I'm just going to paint in between the lights. Okay, there we go. Tomorrow my mission will be to know the shortcuts and place them on your big tablet. It's a pen, XP Pen Artist 22E Pro I have for Christmas. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, I have a 22-inch as well. It's not what you have. It's a different tablet, but same size, I think. That's cool. Yeah, I still don't have my buttons onto my tablet. I just use my keyboard. All about that keyboard. Alright, so I like this green. This green stuff seems really cool. So I'm actually gonna come in here. Yeah, I don't think the buttons specifically are super important. All about that keyboard, huh? I like the keyboard. I'm a big fan I'm a big fan of the keyboard. Interesting way to... Are you alluding to the fact that you cannot hear the keyboard? Is that what you're saying? Or I feel like you're... I was also a big fan of the keyboard. Yeah. Well, then you'll be pleased to know that I still use it. So the story here, for anyone who's new or isn't in the know, I used to have my keyboard. My keyboard's a mechanical keyboard, and it used to be very clickety-clackety. And I added a noise suppressor, so you can't hear it now. However, it's also the reason I can have... Cap, let me spin this for a moment. You wish I had the clickety-clack audible, right? I'll just have you know, that clickety-clack is the reason I can have my air conditioning on in extremely high temperatures in the summer, and you can't hear it. Would you wish that I didn't have an air conditioner? This sounds kind of evil. Think about that. uh, you do all that with your keyboard? You are so fast? I mean, I have a lot of keys right there with my left hand, right? So my left hand is on my keyboard, so I'm going to have to think about that. All right. So if I want to zoom, I hit Z. If I want to switch to my brush, I hit B. If I want to hit color pick, I hit that. If I want to make my brush smaller, I hit smaller. So it's all of this, E is my eraser. So I don't even have to look, right? It's my left hand is just sitting on my keyboard. I do things like hit Alt. Yeah, my hand just sits comfortably there, and my keys are all set up that way. I don't like the idea of having my left hand on my tablet. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm streaming, and if for whatever reason I need to hit something, I have my keyboard there also. I don't know. I'm not sure why it's more comfortable this way, but it is. Gonna have to think about that, yeah. It sounds like you wish I was suffering for your own entertainment, for your amusement with the keyboard clack sounds. I did a bit of piano, so I understand. Yeah. I mean, it does. I mean, look, if you've ever played any game, really, eventually you just get used to hitting the buttons, right? Like, it's not like you look down at the controller or you look down at your keyboard when you're playing. Like, you pretty much just get used to it. Perhaps. Yeah, maybe. It sounds like you're kinda evil. Just wish people would suffer so that you can enjoy your ASMR. Um, hey, Creation, how are you? How dare my phone not tell me you went straight? Wait, is it not showing me in Discord? No, it says I'm streaming. I don't know how that's working. Anyway, that's good. My keyboard is with some keys broken, so I never learn. Ah, that's fair. Yeah, so this is some weird painting here, by the way. It's kind of a cool thing. I don't know if I like this foreground shape. And then maybe there's some like blues up here, some shapes in the middle. And then maybe down here. I don't know what's gonna be down here, but I don't know. Something's up here, I guess. Maybe there's some sort of interesting shapes that go that way. Maybe there's like a little white shape back here. This is gonna be the focal point. What? Who cared about foreground at all background now? What do you mean, who cared about foreground at all background now? I mean, look, I care about both. I think both are important for environments. If that's what you're talking, I don't think that's what you're talking about. Anyway, yeah. So I'm gonna draw some things in here. Maybe we can bring in some shadows in here as well. Describe the forms a bit. Trying to bring in some darkness there. Also some light. Lighten this up a little bit. Just trying to make a fun little pattern here of different colors. Very colorful, I guess. Very colorful. Okay, what if okay, here. Let's vote. I think that's a good spot to vote. Alright, does anybody want to make a straw poll with 8 options? Or, no, 7 options? Number 7's not going to be an option. I'm going to delete them. What a beautiful mix of colors. I love it. I'm liking it, too. I think it's nice. What? Yeah, I'm a big fan of that one. Alright, let's, and a lot of these were just examples today. We were very demoing today. Not demolition-y, but like demonstrating. I'm on mobile, sorry. No worries, Kath. I'll do it. I will do it. I was just trying to be lazy. Like, sometimes when I ask if people want to make a straw poll, I'm doing it simply because I'm lazy. Right? It's not because it's actually hard or an inconvenience. It's just, yeah, pure laziness. Okay. So yeah, don't ever feel bad. Oh, Vana made one. Okay, sweet. Vana, you made one with 7 options? Let's see, did you do it right? I don't know, maybe. We'll see. I think you did. Oh, you did it right. I don't know why I was doubting you. You had never made one before for me, so I was like, I don't know, is this gonna work? Okay, this works. Yes, vote. Oh, here. Hold on, I'm not actually quite ready for you to vote. Let me turn that off. Hit that. Zoom in. There we go. There we go. Alright, please vote for the ones you would like me to work on. You may vote for multiples. I wasn't really doubting you, Vana. I wasn't doubting you. I trusted you. I just wasn't sure because I wasn't expecting you to make a poll, so That works. I'm voting for 2 for Wise Man Spheres colors. Is it? Wait, what do you mean Wise Man Spheres color? How is that? Is that the color on the front of the book? What makes it those colors? I don't know. I've never seen the front of the book. It is. My book has those colors. Okay. I'm trying to imagine what the audiobook cover looks like. I think you're right. I guess it's kind of those. I don't know. Maybe not. Anyway, let's see. I will pin that then. Let me go to my Twitch. I hope I don't crash. I might crash. Also, I think somebody responded to my tweet. Oh God, I'm hearing myself. That's not good. Okay, let me pin this for 7 minutes. There we go. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna vote for. I mean, 2's not a bad one. Number 4 is kind of fun. Would be a challenge, I guess. Number 5 would be nice, I guess. Anyway, I'm gonna vote. There we go. So yeah, if you're new here and you aren't sure what's happening right now, we are currently voting for whichever thumbnail you would like me to work on. I have pinned it to the top there. You can also see the link being spammed a few times by me in chat. You can click on either of those links or any of them. All of them, they're all the same thing. And you can vote. And the one that will win the vote in 7 minutes from now, I will take, and I will continue to paint until the end of stream, which will be about another 1.5 to 2 hours. And in that time, I will hopefully turn it into an actual environment painting. Something that is not finished, but not blobby and super sketchy. Like, it's, the concept will be developed a bit. And that's sort of the goal, is to develop the concept. What did I just do? Did I just crash? What happened? Okay, anyway. There we go. I pretty much agree with the results on the poll right now. I don't even know what one's winning. What one is winning? Let's take a look. Number 4 is winning. Okay, yeah, number 4 is colorful. We don't have a lot of people voting yet, though, so maybe maybe we'll get an influx of voters. It's possible. 6 is cool, but I'm a bit biased. I love blue. Yeah, number 6 is cool. I like number 6. I think the composition is not my favorite. It's kind of boring. A lot of these, and I realize like 3 and 5 are very similar. A lot of these, I will admit, were basically demos of like my explanations of how to start environment painting. So a lot of them started extremely basic, and so we aren't getting a lot of interesting compositions today. They're all kind of the same. They're pretty simple structures. Dark foreground, light background. Right? There's not a lot of interesting stuff happening. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I just think simple compositions and simple paintings oftentimes look really nice if the concept is developed. So it's not a bad thing, but it's typically I try to do a little bit more complicated stuff. So that is a thing. Anyway, we have just a few more minutes. And by just a few more, I mean 4 more. And while that happens, I'm going to save my painting. I'm going to drink my tea, stay hydrated, because I've been talking nonstop for a few hours already. Make a really cool fantasy drawing weird creatures in it. True. Yeah, exactly. You can always add stuff in it. You can design things. You can, Also, I'm not afraid to change stuff. Like, just because you vote for number 4 doesn't mean the colors are going to stay the exact same. They might change a bit. I will probably clarify stuff, right? If there's not a clear sense of depth, I'm going to try and make that clear sense of depth. If the shapes are confusing and you're not sure what they are, I'm going to make sure you know what they are, right? There is an element of, not always, but lately I've been relating painting or drawing to visual communication, right? Because it is visual communication. And I think that analogy is something that I'm liking more and more. Probably makes me sound more artsy and annoying to some people too, but I do think thinking of it as visual communication is important, because if there's something that's unclear, you should clarify it, right? Because it is communicating. If you're not speaking someone's language, or bad example, sorry. If you use words that the person probably doesn't understand, maybe you should try to use words they understand, right? Or like, it's your job as the speaker to try to make yourself comprehensible, right? And this is, at least with images, right? Because if you put an image out there and people don't know what it is, that's on the artist, right? So anyway, hey, Franzen, love the first one. Oh, thank you. The first one was actually just a test of brushes. It's almost not even an environment, but it's very moody. It's just kind of a big blob of abstract color and painting. But anyway, we are still voting. Franzen, if you'd like to vote and you haven't already, you can click the link and vote. We have a few more minutes. And anyone can vote, of course. I don't think we've ever had a troll in here who's gone way out of their way to vote for, like, the worst one and, like, rig the vote by somehow voting many, many times. I don't know if that's even possible. I'm sure it is, but we haven't had anybody that devious yet. One of these days, it's gonna happen. Someone's gonna come in here, pick the one painting that just isn't like the others, or is just not very good, and they're gonna vote for it and make it win. Joe, why? Why what? Why what? Now you give them ideas. I mean, hey, I like thinking of stupid stuff like this. You never know. See, it's my job as a streamer to be prepared for this, so I like to think of all the worst case scenarios so that when that time comes, I am ready. I'm ready to fight back. Yeah, I voted for that one. It's definitely a haunted ship, though. Ooh, a haunted ship. I like it. I could kind of see it. Teza Jade, thank you for the follow. How are you today, Teza Jade? Hope you're doing well. Happy Thursday. I keep thinking it's Saturday, but then I remember it's not. Joe vaccinating himself. Wait, what? Vaccinating myself? I mean, I guess that's what you could call it? No. I don't think you... Taking precautionary measures, I don't think should be called vaccinating myself. It's, I guess it is. I mean, vaccines are a precautionary measure, but I think it's funny to call it that. I get what you're saying. I get it. But yeah, so let's see. Are we about done with the vote? Ooh, okay. 5 seconds. And yeah, number 4 won. Okay, here we go. So number 4 is wild, and I think, speaking of it being wild, I think I'm going to lean into it. That wildness. Copy, paste. I want to see 6 turn a fantasy theme with a weird creatures. I think it would be so cool. It would be cool. Yeah, we could do like glowy creatures in that or something. That would be cool. Okay. We might actually put creatures in this one. I kind of have an idea for this, and I think it's going to turn out really nice. I don't know if I'm going to stick to my idea, because right now it's kind of confusing. So remember when I was talking about the 4 main ways to add depth to your painting? There's perspective, there's overlap, there's values. This painting is kind of failing on every single one, right? So if I make this, I'm going to flip to black and white for you real quick. If I flip to black and white, the values ever so slightly are working, but not really. Like, in theory, if I wanted to really make this better, right, I would have, like, this be brighter and have clear established, like, value structures that make sense, that guide your eye. Anyway, I don't feel like this does a good job with values, because we have, like, super bright parts here, we have very dark parts here, which is in the background, and we have very bright parts up here, and then very dark parts right here, which is also in the foreground, and it's kind of confusing. We also don't have overlapping shapes, right? We don't have a clear, foreground, midground, and background, right? Because they're all just continuous. But we have the tools in place to do that. We just need to work on it. So, for example, we could make these bands smaller as we go further back, right? And then a bit wider up front to make it look like they're in perspective. So that's one way we could add a sense of perspective is you know, wide bands up front, narrow bands in the back, right? Just like if we were drawing, lines going like this, right? They get closer and closer as we go further back. That's what we'd want to do with these bands as well. So yeah, that's one way. So that's what I'm going to block in here. Also, another thing I'm thinking of right now. Well, actually, I'm not sure. I gotta think about this. Seems like a circle who closed itself. The music. Did it just get really loud? There is music. Oh, speaking of music, you can't actually see. Oh, now you can. Slideshow's back. Yeah, this music is just classical. It's a classical playlist I have. Anyway, I'm gonna duplicate my whole painting. And then I'm just going to start trying to fix some of these issues. So, for example, I think the value issue, let's fix that first. I'm just going to use an airbrush. Actually, let's go to those other brushes. I got to use the new brushes today. So I'm going to use a blender brush, or at the start, see how this works. No, not that brush. This is a weird brush. What about this one? Okay, so this is a good brush. So this is a blender brush, and I'm just going to blend the background. Not so much to soften it, but to get rid of some of these bright colors. So I'm blending the brightness into itself. So that we get these darker colors are now lighter. And then let's see. I feel like some of this stuff over here some of this stuff over here could be basically I want to add a little bit of planes over here so that we can kind of tell where the overlap is. Right, so for example, if I add like a dark layer here, we can tell that this dark layer goes in front of that lighter layer, right? Same thing here. If I make a shape like this, we can tell that this dark shape is in front. Anyway, so there's a thing. So I feel like we're starting to fix some of those problems I had earlier. I think the sense of depth still isn't great, so I want to add some, or sorry, not the sense of depth. The composition isn't great, so I want to add some lighting. So I'm still trying to figure out what some of these brushes do. I mean, this is a weird brush, but anyway. Let's see. Strands. The strands brush are definitely my favorite so far. The dabs. This is a brush. I'm not sure what I'd do with it. I guess we can add a lot of mood to this. So I can just... I feel like these are brushes where if I... Looks like a little house in a sense. Kinda, yeah. I think these are brushes where if I really wanted to make this a nice painting and finished, I would have to spend a lot, and I mean a lot of time on it. And the reason I think that is because a lot of these brushes are so subtle. I think if you guys are familiar with the streamer and artist named Zillustrator, I don't know how much he's been streaming lately, but he does a lot of art. He's extremely good. He's worked with a lot of awesome people and done a lot of awesome things. Very, very, very good. But he has a very soft and painterly style. It almost looks like pastels, but he does digital. In fact, he uses a lot of pastels as well. Just not, he does traditional and digital. But anyway, so his stuff is extremely painterly. And because it's so painterly, he spends a lot of time working on sort of the nuance and the blending and the, carving and cutting the edges and and making things just look and flow really, really nicely together. And because of that, I think he spends a lot of time with the subtleties of things. You know, if he has like a shape here, he's gonna make sure that this shape is, you know, has the right darkness under it, but then aren't these hard edges. It's very soft, and you know, he doesn't want the ugly repetition that you might get from some of these hard brushes. So every spot on his painting is very interesting. And I think these brushes suit that style of painting where you have a lot of these very, very textured brushes, but if you just use one brush or you paint quickly, it's going to look not amazing. But if you really work it in and sort of control what you're doing, you can get some really nice effects. But it might take a lot of work and time to get there. So I kind of feel like that's what these brushes are going to be best at. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to really demonstrate that today. Does someone have a link to the streamer? Yeah, I can link him. I'll give him a shout out. Shout out Illustrator. I think that's how you spell his name. He's extremely good. I actually have some of his brushes as well. He has some good... Here, actually, if I type exclamation mark brushes, there's his brushes. Or some... They're yeah, that's a link to his shop. Whatever. But yeah, I don't even know if he streams anymore. I haven't seen him online in a long time if he is. If he is live when we end stream today because we're talking about him, we will go over there. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is these little things are gonna be grasses, and so I'm making these little textures here. It's not a grass brush, but I think we can pretend it is. One of the things that this does not have right now is a good sense of lighting. And this painting is just screaming to have some nice lighting coming down from up here, and sort of casting shadows. Because we have some darker shapes, right, with these things, but we don't have a good sense of lighting right now. So I do need to work on that. So here, I'm just going to keep on putting in some dark shapes. I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the lighting kind of extreme and dramatic with this extremely soft brush. Again, I don't really recommend painting like this with this kind of brush. I don't know. I'm not... This is a little bit out of my comfort zone because I am, you know, I am trying to make an effort to use different brushes every week, or to try different brushes each week. This is a weird brush. What about... Let's go back to the grand brush. Or the strand brush. I mean, it's not bad, but it's kind of funky. Okay, what if I do like a... Let's first save before I mess stuff up. So I think it's starting to get kind of nice color palette. It's pretty smooth. It's maybe even a little too smooth. But we can always come in here with the lasso tool and rough things up a bit. We can messy things up, and that's... I think this is something I've done a while back, probably like 2 or 3 months ago. I did a lot of this, where I actually started painting kind of softer. I'd even take a soft brush, and I would come in and basically just blur my whole painting. And then once I figured out its composition, then I would go back in on top of it and sort of start carving out the details and, you know, making hard edges in select spots. And I think it's not a bad way to paint with this kind of brush, where you do a lot of just very, very blurry shapes. You light everything almost as if you have, you know, a soft light on it, where you have these little rounded shapes. There's no real hard edges of light, maybe in a few spots, like, you know, here, right? We have these little light edges, which is kind of cool. I like it. But then you can come in here and start carving out shapes. Oi, you gotta go. Boyfriend is gonna pick me up soon. All right, see you. See you, Popcorn Girl. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you can rest your arm after all 465 cookies or cupcakes. 64, I don't remember. A lot of cupcakes. Hope you can rest your arm. Okay, so yeah, I'm trying. Whoops, I'm trying to paint pretty quickly right here, because I know from experience that this sort of soft brush thing, oftentimes in my experience, not requires, but sort of encourages a lot of nuanced brush strokes and sort of working the canvas. It's almost like you know that artist who people like to mention. I don't know. Whenever it comes to old timey artists, I'm never good at their history. But there's that landscape artist like who J.M. Turner. Is that the guy's name? I don't know. I think he was kind of a jerk in real life. But anyway, that guy. Uh, he did a lot of like scumbling type stuff, which is funny that this word is being brought up again because it was just brought up in Discord. Surratt, no, not Surratt. J.M. Turner. Is it Joseph Maynard Turner or Joseph? I think it's J.M. Turner. Maybe his name's something different. But anyway, he does a lot of like he takes his brush and he just kind of rubs the color. So like almost like a dry brush technique where he will take these sort of textured brush like this and just work things in endlessly until he gets this sort of extremely nuanced, subtle, lots of subtleties, but it doesn't happen instantly. It's like a slow, methodical process where he's just kind of rubbing the paint together and he's doing a lot of mixing and blending and the end result is these extremely soft gradients of lots of nuance of color, but you can still see brushwork because it's not like it's almost the opposite of like Sargent, right? Sargent is these big bold strokes where you can see the brush strokes and he uses a lot of strong lighting. I think Turner does a lot of the opposite. He uses a lot of soft like afternoon sort of lighting, like sunsets and stuff. A lot of very soft lighting that kind of just fills over stuff, and he really just blends the lighting into the color. So there's so many little color gradients. And I feel like when you're painting like that, there is an element of you can't just go fast, right? It's not like a, an economic or a brush economy type painter like maybe Sargent, where every brush stroke is, exactly where it needs to be and it's quick, you could block it down quickly, right? Like I think of some painters where they're, you look at their painting and like that person is efficient, right? Because they, they'll if they want a light spot here, they'll just take their paintbrush and be like, boom, there's a light shape, right? Or they'll carve it out a little bit, but then it's there, right? And it's down, and they're done. They can move on. But some artists are much more, they really like work in the gradients and they kind of tease the color out. I don't know. I don't really like painting like that too much because I don't have the patience. But I think some soft brushes are quite good for that, and I do think the brushes I'm using today are kind of like that. So, there's probably a lot of just a lot of color blending that can be done, getting some very soft edges. Although I am using a harder brush right now to sort of carve out the shapes because I do value my sanity a little bit. Oh, speaking of taking time, I'm gonna shift topics here, get a little bit controversial. Not controversial. I think you guys can find this humorous. I found it humorous. I have a YouTube channel where I post my time lapses. Not time lapses, my VOD. So this the streams in their entirety. This will go up probably in this stream will go up to the YouTube in like a month. It's like a whole month out. So streams from a month ago are popping up there every day I stream. So, just 1-to-1 a month out. Anyway, so I have these VODs, and somebody left a comment. It was my first actual negative comment, which I think is hilarious. It actually made my day. But it is, let me see if I can find it. I don't know how to show this. Let me go to YouTube and see. I guess if am I signed in? No, I'm not. Switch account, this account. So somebody left a message or a comment that basically said, where is it? Okay, here we go. Is there a way for me to show this to you guys? Can I go to the comment? No. How do I go to, I don't know how to use YouTube. Crap. Okay, so here's my comments. I click it. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna bring this on my screen. Is there a way to close the sidebar? I don't know. Maybe there is. Anyway. So here's this. I my first hater. No. So it wasn't actually hating on me. It was hating on it was I'll show you right here. Sorry for the white background. They said, "What is the point of all of this? Such a waste of time when you can just prompt an AI to get instant results." How amazing is that? I mean, did I pin it? I'm gonna pin their comment because it's just that good. The pin of shame. Anyway, so that was I like this person. I don't know. I'm gonna like it right there. So yeah, what's the point of all this? Such a waste of time when you can just prompt an AI and get instant results. I mean, no, I upvoted it. I pinned it. There's a YouTuber who I really like who does the pin of shame. People will leave horrible comments and he will just pin it and upvote it, and people will kind of just pile on them and make fun of them. It's pretty great. You don't need a downvote. It could have been a bot, but I don't think so because they have an actual YouTube channel. I wanted to go to their YouTube video or to one of their videos and be like, what's the point in, and I was gonna like do a meme comment like, what's the point of me watching this when I could just watch a pro play? Or what's the point of me watching when I could just play the game myself? Or I didn't put too much thought into it, but I don't know. I think it's great. Dude, I've tried using AI. It's not that simple, and can still take hours to get a good result. I mean, look, the AI absolutely can spit out amazing results very quickly. However, that is completely irrelevant because it's his actual comment is irrelevant. It's just funny that he had that take. I mean, look, I get it. I mean, the AI is good, and there is going to be a point where, if you just want nice looking art, yeah, use the AI. Like, it's not, whatever. That's fine. But I mean, to me, it's a bit like saying, because look, there are people out there who love doing a thing. Maybe it's like horses, right? They love training horses. They love riding horses. Other people like riding horses. Can you imagine someone says, why would you have a horse when you can just drive a car? Right? You would never say that to someone with a horse because they like the thing. They like horses. They're not just using it to get from point A to point B, right? Like there's yes, it's not the like it's silly. Plus, not to mention, there are people whose professions are horseshoers, right? They have this skill that they do, and they, true, they aren't as in demand as when everyone rode horses, right? You don't need as many horseshoers, but there's a skill that, sure, if anything, those people are even more valuable, right? Because they have such a niche skill. They'll never be irrelevant. Yeah, well, neither will drawing. And there will always be people who like drawing, who want to get better at it, who want to learn to get better at it. Who's going to teach them how to get better at painting, for example? You're just going to lose the knowledge to the sands of time and no one will ever know how to paint again because everybody will switch to AI? No, there will always be people who will want to paint. There will always be people who like to paint. And painting as a skill will always be something that's valuable, right? People will always appreciate it. They will, or, again, I don't need to appreciate it, but it might be the case that just like horseshoeing, it's not as popular. It might be the case that many people who just want to see a pretty picture and want to, have their idea, somebody mentioned, I had heard a comment about someone using AI to essentially create an editorial painting for their tweets, right? They wanted to just make a snappy tweet, so they would, just put their tweet essentially into the prompter to make it, they would obviously edit their tweet, but they would make a prompt that's relevant to their tweet to quickly show a rough and dirty sketch, and then they would slap it up when they make a tweet, right? So it's not a, the alternative isn't they would have drawn the picture. The alternative is they just wouldn't have done a picture, right? Because, so I'm all for it in that. I'm not for the ethics, the unethical stuff. But anyway, it's like saying, why would you write it? Yeah, you write a book because you have a story you want to tell, right? And you want to tell it in the way you want to tell it because it's going to be your voice, right? Now let's linger on that for a moment though, Byro. That's also, there are people who will commission a writer, right? There are people who will still want to just have the AI spit out a book that is, that's telling their story or whatever. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to, maybe it'll get some things wrong. Maybe it won't be them who wrote it, and maybe that's fine, right? I'm not saying AI is garbage. I'm just saying there will be uses for AI, absolutely, and in fact, probably a ton. But this notion that why even paint if you can have AI do it for you is just, it doesn't even reserve. I've already spent like way too many brain cells on this because it's not even worth thinking about. It's there's a million reasons why. But anyway, I just thought it was hilarious, and honestly, it made my day. I like comments like that. I genuinely like them. I think they bring a smile to me. Now, I think if everybody actually thought that way, I think it would be a little sad, and it might bring me down a little bit, because it's not that it's directed at me, but it's because, thinking that everyone has this weird misconception about art would be a little frustrating. But yeah, I like the comment. It's fun. Also, Steph, how are you doing? I downvoted no What? You downvoted? You downvoted my first hater? I mean, I didn't reply to them. I should have left a comment like, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna quit art today. Or something like that. No, that would... I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I think it's not bullying. I replied without bullying, I think. I think it's not bullying. I mean, look, I do not condone bullying online. Okay, let me refresh. What's the point of being so triggered by this video? You post this comment when you can just use AI to do it for you. Oh, good one. Wait, is that you? Steph, you have a YouTube... Wait, you have a YouTube channel! Did I not know this? Steph, I didn't know you had a YouTube channel. Steph, you never... 2 years ago. You've had this for 2 years. Oh my goodness. Alright, stream's over. I'm gonna watch all these videos. Just kidding. I didn't know. Steph... Yes! Look, Steph has a YouTube. Oh my good... Oh, I just clicked the wrong button. I hope I don't crash. Okay, there we go. Well, if we spam... There's Steph's YouTube. If we spam Steph with follows, she'll feel compelled to post more videos because of peer pressure. And no, you don't ever feel like you... Honestly, it's funny. I don't really post videos either because I I only just post the VODs. So I actually had a main YouTube channel and I don't post on it much. And my secondary channel, the VOD channel, now has more than my main channel because I mean both of them are like nothing almost, but they're just very tiny. Anyway. But yeah, I found it funny. But yeah. Oh, that sad Peepo face. It always makes me sad when I see that face. Sorry, Joe, I'm alert for 20 minutes and watch Steph's latest video. Alright, do it. Her latest video, isn't it 2 years old? Hold on. Her latest video, ah, that's amazing. I love it. Alright, so yeah, I don't think I'll ever be like a YouTuber specifically because I don't think I ever want to do editing. I hate video editing. If actually, I could see myself paying an editor at some point. I don't know how I would do that though, because I don't have money. But I totally think if I made enough, I think it would be worth it because I think with stream there could be enough little educational highlights and comments, to clipped up into, a minute to 5 minute videos. Wait, Steph has a YouTube voice? That's amazing. Oh my goodness. Does she Steph, do you do like the what's up YouTubers? Steph here, like do you do like the intro where you get all enthusiastic and you like sort of emphasize words? Do you do that thing? How is it going? It's your boy Jay Stiller 30. Just kidding. I would never. That's too much energy. Petition for Steph to post again. Yeah, I'd sign it. I OMG, how to clip? You click the oh no, you click the little if you hover over the screen, it should show a little camera reel. I feel like a boomer. I think it's also Control X, but I would be careful with that because I don't actually know. But if you hover your cursor over the screen, it should show a little clip icon. Like it looks like a camera, like those thingies they say like action and they go the clapper thingy, I think they call it. Like the lights camera action with the little you know what I'm talking about. Or maybe it looks like a reel, I don't know. Anyway, you get what I'm talking about. I'm embarrassed to have just said that, by the way. I'm already feeling the embarrassment. Welcome to streaming. Okay, I'm just kind of noodling around here. Let me come in here, grab some overlay, take a dark color, and not do that. Grab some. Love the fact the stream paused to do some stuff. Wait, the stream paused to do some stuff. Oh, I see. Do you mean Steph's stream? I'm not sure what you're looking at, but I'm obviously not watching it. Because we're not going to pause this stream to watch Steph's clips, unfortunately. I mean, we could. We could do a reaction video that's popular on Twitch right now. Steph, would you be annoyed if I did a reaction stream to your YouTube channel? Where we pull up your videos and I react to them? It's so stupid. I would not do that. I don't think I will ever be in the business of doing reaction streams unless there's like really juicy art drama, maybe. I don't know. I don't think I will ever do it. But apparently that's like all the rage. I don't know how to stream. I'm a boomer. Sorry, had you muted so I could find the right timing? Okay. It is my YouTuber voice. Don't hate. I feel like there's gonna be judgment coming my way. Oh no, you posted in Discord. I don't want to click it. It's too much cringe for me. I don't think I can handle it. Like, you know how when you hear yourself, it's like extremely awkward? Hearing yourself do something extremely awkward is like even worse. Okay, I'm going to turn these into flowers. Okay, I'll put in Discord. Yeah. I think Rona will appreciate it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, hearing yourself do something cringy is like way worse than actually just hearing your own voice, which is already bad. So I'm adding some little flowers in here. Some flowies. There we go. Some good old flowers. But yeah, some people really like their YouTuber voice. It's funny. There's a YouTuber. I'm not going to call him out by name, but I went to high school with him, and he decided that he was going to do YouTube content, and he already had an established career, so he bought all the fancy stuff, the lighting. He initially started with streaming, but he decided he was going to go full time doing YouTube videos because he seemed to have the most growth there. And he leaned in hard to the YouTuber voice. And knowing this person in real life and seeing their YouTuber voice persona, it's intense. Like it's not that out of the ordinary when if you don't have the thing to compare them to, but knowing that that's not like I don't know, it's funny because there isn't like there's still an element of like, oh yeah, that's him, but it's very different. And I don't know it. I guess I do a little bit of that on Twitch, right? Like I don't really do the like I'm not like totally YouTuber voice, but like I do an element of sort of like I'm not the exact same when I'm interacting on a voice chatter in person as I am here. I'm pretty close. Like I'd like to think I'm as close as I can be, but there are things that I do try to ramp up a little bit. Lore content. Yeah. This brush texture is so nice. There's a new brush pack I want, but I need one that has brush like this. Oh, this one? Wait, are you talking about the one that I'm working on right now? Or this one? This nice, buttery smooth texture brush? It is great, by the way. It's an amazing brush. I don't know if you don't use Clip Studio, but it's a free brush. It is called... No, it's free. So look, it's NYX EO. This is the brush pack that I've been using. I know I realize you're not on Clip Studio, so good luck. But if you ever wanted to mimic it or something, I've actually kind of switched. I know I said I was going to use a new brush pack today, and I did for most of this painting. But some of these little hard edge things, it's just way easier if I use a brush that actually picks the color that I want. But yeah, it's a little textury brush. It's very buttery smooth. It has a nice blending. It's quite nice. But yeah, this kind of thing where I'm just sort of like easing in the color and the patterns and trying to add some dark shapes in between here and trying to make just interesting textures. It can be a lot of work. Always more brushes. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I've never been a big brush person. In fact, oftentimes when people ask me what brushes I would use, I would just be like, if I ever got the impression that they were like a total beginner, I would basically just tell them, don't really worry about it because brushes aren't that important and they don't like, and I really don't think they are. But I will say I do like some brushes are just extremely hard to use. But I think if you use a brush that has like for example the hard round brush, that has usable qualities. Like if you color pick a color, the color you see is going to be the color you color picked. That's important, right? Being able to paint with color picking is a good quality in a brush. Now, if you don't paint with color picking,
Obviously, you don't need a brush that does it, but if you're a beginner, that's really those kind of things that you need. So I think in some way brushes can actually, they're definitely good. So yeah, I'm just trying to add in some texture. I'm trying not to go too small here though in the texture. Okay, so what's back here? That's the real question. Well, I say that as I immediately zoom in and start painting other stuff. So yeah, I'm just adding a lot of foreground elements. I think this could probably just be darker. I don't think I need anything there. Adding lots of little dark spots in between because this is going to be like looking downward a little bit, so we should see lots of little dark areas between the grasses. Lots of little areas. I do like this bright blue stuff though. It's kind of cool. I don't know. Okay, let's try to do some color dodge now. Color dodge, glow dodge, color pick, take an orange, slap it in, and it's not working. Why is it not working? Airbrush. Here we go. Light at the end of the tunnel. I do think I could maybe get something like this, where you have like this light coming from above here. Where you can kind of get the sense that the light is actually coming in from above the trees. That could be kind of nice. Okay, let's see. Me who get clipped last week, you discover a new world like America. Yes, I love doing self-jokes by using you as myself. I see. Let's see. You have 500 plus Procreate brushes and you use like 5. Yeah, I feel like that's normal. That's how brushes work, I feel like. You just get a ton of them and then you just stick to a few. It's funny, I oftentimes don't even switch to new painting techniques when I use brushes or like different ways of painting. So it's like I'm just finding brushes that are similar to what I already use because I've sort of grown accustomed to painting in a certain way based on my brushes. Okay, so I do like this. Do I like the... I mean, I'm tempted to put some bluish stuff in here. I don't think I want to do that, though. Okay, so instead I'm going to take that one brush that I had. Okay, let's see, what else do I want to do? I do like these things, and I think this is kind of the focal point of this painting, is this red stuff. Ah, you gotta go, hit time. Alright, have fun exercising. Enjoy. See ya, Steph. Thanks for being here and clipping the ridiculous thing that is gonna make me cringe later when I inevitably re-listen to it. Steph says, I think it's like pants and shoes. Some people have many but use few. Really? I mean, I guess that's kind of true. Like, pants and shoes are relevant, but are they important? I don't know. I guess that's kind of true. It's not a bad way to think of it. Paintbrushes are like pants and shoes. I think the difference is that anybody can get, like, you don't have to have, pants and shoes cost money, and paintbrushes, there's so many out there. But I guess it's still the same, kinda. It's not a bad comparison, I feel like. Okay, so now what? Let's switch into a different brush. And actually, not yet. Let's merge everything that we have. Merge it all. Merge, merge, merge. One single layer. Then I'm gonna save. Alright, there's no story. And I want a story. So let's add it. Let's add a character. Maybe I don't know. Just could be a person walking. I mean, this isn't extremely new idea or anything. I've done stuff like this before. But I do think there's something cool to this. Maybe we want... Let me sit up straight and think. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to treat this painting like I'm just starting it. I'm going to just take a lot of this stuff. And just start painting on top. Maybe some rocks. Maybe some things in here. And I'm basically just gonna... Oh, so I think it's my turn to go. Beautiful painting. By the way, a deer for story. Maybe a deer for story. Witchy Ronka, how are you? Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well today. And yeah, take care, Byro. Thanks for hanging out for so long. Yeah, I'm only going to be live for maybe another 40 minutes, maybe. Yeah, maybe a deer, maybe a little person, maybe a witch. Witchy Ronka popped in, so maybe we'll add a couple people here. They're taking a walk. Maybe there's an animal up here or something. I don't know. I was thinking about also making, or maybe not also, but making my own brush today. But I don't think that's going to happen anymore because we're already so far in the stream. But it could have been fun. Maybe we'll do that next time. We'll see it. We'll see the rediff. See ya. I will see the rediff. What's rediff? Rediff? I don't know what that word is. Yeah, see ya, Byro. Thanks for being here. Okay, been a while since I lurked in chat. Your paintings look fantastic and gorgeous as always. Aw, thank you, Grounded. Grounded, how are you doing today? Hope you are well. Yeah, I like this. This one was a weird one because I don't know really what I'm doing. So I'm kind of painting on top of my own painting and trying to figure stuff out a little bit. Like, do I want to come in here with some blue and, you know, rocky shapes and paint, like, rocks on here? Or do I just lean into what I already had? So I am trying to just kind of come in here and change it up again. Also, hi. I'm sorry if it's not okay to make questions, but how can I switch colors quickly? Other people's paintings are so full of saturation and hues, which helps give a kind of texture effect and making the painting look more, I don't know, complete. I feel like mine are kind of flat. Well, so I think there's two ways. The main way... So first of all, I want to ask some questions, because I don't know exactly what you're working with here. Do you have a pen tablet that has pressure of any type? It doesn't have to be a tablet. It doesn't... I mean... it doesn't have to be like a monitor. It doesn't need to be a tablet. Just something with pen pressure. So if you press hard, it's gonna make a, you know, if you press hard, it's gonna be opaque. If you press lightly, it's gonna be light and blendy. because and then the other, so if you have this, right, if you have a a tablet of any type that has, pen pressure, this allows you to mix, right? So here, let me go back. Let me erase this because I was just goofing around there. Let me save. I'm going to bring up my other screen once it's done saving. It's saved very quick. Oh no. File. Time lapse. Okay, still time lapsing. Oh, replay. Okay. File, open. Let's bring up. So I think the main way to get a lot of different colors is to mix, right? It's to mix on your canvas. It's to mix with color. So for example, if you have yellow and green, when I mix these together, I'm not pressing at full opacity. I'm gonna allow for these colors to blend, right? Obviously this brush looks very fancy, and even though it looks nice, don't be fooled that you need a brush like this. I will show you in a second what this would look like without a brush like this. But this can allow a nice variety of colors. Obviously, I'm also employing some color theory, where maybe I have a bit of a cool tones, like blues, for example, mixed into my other colors, right? So I have this like warm and cool combination, which gives it very lifelike colors. But you can also do this, for example, with a different brush. This is the brush that I used for a long time. It has full opacity. It can go very, very, if I pick a dark color, I can make it very dark. If I pick a light color, like an orange, again, this is complementary colors, doesn't really matter what the name is. But blues and oranges, I have a light, I have a warm color, and I have a cool color. If I mix them, right, I start to get these other colors, right? Sometimes they're more grayish, sometimes they're not. I can also add in additional colors, right, and start mixing those in. And doing this allows me to get kind of like I did here, but it starts to get, it's blending, right? I'm blending by not pressing all the way. There's also blending modes, like smudge brushes, that can kind of do this for you. So I use more colors and blend them to get new colors. Basically, so you actually use fewer colors and blend them to get new colors. So for example, if you want to do, so here, let me do a real-time example. Right, so here's my setup for my painting. Right? So if you want to do a simple painting, hold on, let me actually do this in a different way because I goofed up. Here we go. Okay, so now I have this, right? So if I, just using a few colors, right, maybe I want like a forest, right? So I'm going to start with like a yellow, bright yellow, and again, this doesn't have to be a bright yellow, and I'm going to do like a blue, right? So just by mixing these, I'm not going to do any more. I'm going to color pick, right, these new colors, but I'm pretty much just mixing, right? So what I'm focusing on here is not the colors anymore, because I've already picked those. I'm kind of out of my control. I'm just focusing, well, I actually am going to go a little darker here, but I'm basically just focusing on the values, right? I'm focusing on dark colors and light colors. If I want a lighter color, I'm mixing it with a darker color. If I want a dark, this to be lighter, I just mix in that green and I get a new color. So now I have this color of green, that color of green, some blues. Now, obviously, this is not going to give you the same range as, say, this. But if you then do this with one more color, right, you add 3 colors into the mix, say a grayish, say this color, right? I'm going to mix this in here, and I already have a different color for the sky. Maybe I can bring that color in a little bit down here, and I get a new color for some of the shadow stuff. And basically by allowing you to paint with these gradients, because you're not pressing full opacity, you're using you're never pressing full strength, right? This is also why blocking in and underpainting with like a solid color is nice, because it gives you something to mix on top of. There's also other ways, because obviously if I make my screen black and white for a moment, is Steph still here? No, Steph went to her HIT class. Her exercising, or dance? Exercising. I don't even know what HIT really is, but yeah. Because
I just heard the best TED Talk ever. Was it her? Was it her video? Um. So yeah, once you have something like this, something like this, where it's kind of a painting, right? It sort of works, right? So one of the things you can start doing now is this is where I will oftentimes play with. Um, some people swear by gray washing before painting with color. I don't know the term, but I'm not quite sure what you mean. But yeah, a lot of people will. I don't know what you mean by gray wash. Do you just mean by painting in black and white, painting with values? Because yeah, that's very common. A lot of people do focus on values. In fact, I advise to do that. Right, painting in black and white first is good because it separate values are the most important thing, right? Or I think that's a fair statement. There's going to be something like, actually, in this scenario, yeah, I get it. But values are the most important thing, right? So, yes, it is. If you have a starting point, starting in black and white is valuable, right? It focuses your attention on the most important thing, and getting that out of the way is important. It's very important to do that, right? However, the question was specifically about color, so it makes sense to talk about color a little bit, even though value is a component of color and value is most important. But anyway, another way to get interesting and nuanced colors is mixing, but there's other ways to mix, right? There's things like overlay layers, which do, think of it things like light, right? So suddenly I'm getting more nuance. But again, just like with blending colors together, this overlay layer is affecting everything, right? So this essentially is a blending layer. It's literally called a blending mode, right? So just like I said with blending colors manually, using blending modes is a great way to get nice harmonious colors, right? Because think of it as like painting with light. This light is affecting the blue sky, it's affecting the yellow background, it's affecting the green grass, and it's affecting the blue in the foreground, right? So because you're naturally just getting new colors that work because it's affecting all of it, right? So that's another way to get some nice colors. You could do other things like you could do glow dodge or color dodge, right? I'm gonna use an airbrush for this one. Maybe you want some light coming in. Again, it's adding light, but it's adding it and it's affecting every color in a consistent way, right? I don't really know what I'm painting here, but why not? We just pretend it's something. Maybe there's just a little light of color, little characters that are glowy or something, right? So this is affecting all the colors that I'm painting on top of, and there's sort of this tapering, right? And these edges are different depending on what colors they're interacting with, because I'm using a soft brush. So that's a way to get, see, like right here, I'm getting like this bright orange. I'm not painting with an orange, right? But if I color pick, it's actually very orange. And I'm getting that orange not because of the color, right? It's because the colors are interacting with each other. So using think colors in ways that they interact with the other colors around it. So whether it's blending modes or yeah, anything like that, right? So kind of going back to what Koi was talking about, if you, let's say I'm going to take this painting right here, copy paste, I'm going to go edit, tonal correction. This is going to look funny for a moment, but that's okay. Saturation, I'm going to drop it down to 0. This is not the best. Here, let me do one more thing. I'm going to do a glow dodge. I'm going to use white, right? Anyway, so here's a black and white painting. So if you were to make a whole painting in black and white, which is totally doable, by the way. So if I wanted to color this painting, right? And this painting's values work. If I were to start with this, I could just start adding in, I could do a color mode. Maybe I want this a nice blue hazy fog in the background. So I literally am just taking the color mode over here. Right, you can see over here, this layer is selected to color. And I'm literally just painting the color that is on my that I've picked into here.
Maybe I want the foreground a bit more warm, so I'm going to pick a nice orange. And again, it's not going to be perfect colors here, but it's going to be the base that I build on. And I think this is what that one video New Creation was calling glazing, right? Or an element of it. I know there's other effects they did. They used a lot of different tools. But yeah, and then maybe there's some more blue in the foreground, right? And this isn't looking perfect, but maybe I want, again, maybe this, I could also come in here and add, do some overlay, right? I'm trying to keep the values the same because the values have been established, but maybe I want some purple haze back here, or maybe some bright pink areas, right? Because I just think it would look nice. Or maybe this is going to look really nice with a, nice pink layer, right? I personally, Marco Bucci has a good video on this, on why he doesn't like paint coloring like this, and I actually tend to agree with him. And the reason is that the colors don't necessarily line up with the brushstrokes, and I think it can look really nice when the brushstrokes themselves, like if I have this brushstroke right here, it doesn't necessarily have to be a certain color, right? So, or think of this dark brushstroke. Like if I do this, the brushstroke that makes the color isn't matching the brushstroke that I painted because I did them at separate times, right? Obviously, you could be very careful when you go back and repaint on top of your brushstrokes. But there is something nice, in my opinion, to... Anyway, so what I'm saying is I personally don't like to paint like this, but it does make it easier to focus on values and your structure of your painting and to make it clearly readable. But I don't think the nuance in color is typically quite as high as if you blend everything on your canvas. However, there are also ways around this, right? You can start in grayscale, go, halfway, then jump to color, and then you just start painting, right? Maybe from here, I just start taking my fancy schmancy brush, where is it? Here it is. And I just start color picking, right? I made a new layer. It's an opaque layer, and I just start painting, right? If I put a brush like this, that whole brush stroke is red, right? Unlike with the color modes. Maybe I want little red things hanging off of here, right? And now I can start getting really nice color just by painting, right? Maybe I want to adjust it manually and put some yellow in here. Like it's... So there's ways around it, and if by the time I'm done after essentially repainting a lot of this, I could have some really nice colors. And yeah, I did use blending layers in the start. But also I didn't only use them, right? So yeah, using lots of different things, maybe I want to keep on take this color over here and put some over there to duplicate the shapes. Maybe I want to change the composition or something. It's kind of looking snowy. Anyway, the point is that I don't think there's like a right or wrong way to color stuff. Using the tools that's available to you is important, in my opinion, and you should be familiar with them eventually. Practice, play around, figure out what they do. But yeah, oftentimes the nuance of color just comes from lots of blending, layering colors, right? If I wanted to make a green tree, I'm not just going to pick a green and put in a green tree, right? This color might not work. But if I take a green, say a medium green or something, and I start blending it in, right? I'm kind of teasing the color in, getting all these new greens. The green that emerges, even though it might be this ugly teal color, it actually looks quite nice up against the other stuff because we've blended it, right? And again, I can add a little bit more green back here, but very, very light, right? Just blending it in, just hardly even touching the stylus to the canvas. And by doing that, it suddenly starts looking green, but there really isn't much green. It's just green because nothing else in the scene is green. So this is the most green, so it looks green, right? Now, if I really wanted to get fancy, I could add some highlights, right? If I really, really wanted, I could come in here, get some very green, right? And I could add some highlights, but I would only want to do that after I've already added in that green color, right? So there is a little bit of color theory going on, knowing to, use these grays, right? Grays are your friend. Right? But I didn't just start by jumping into a brand new painting like this one and just start putting green everywhere, right? I started by teasing it into the canvas, getting a little bit of green kind of everywhere, you know, some in the foreground. And then I went hard into the let's add some highlights, right? But if I just added the highlights, it's going to look terrible because there's nothing that green, if that's a light source, it's not interacting with the stuff around it, right? So that's why I'd have to paint around it. If it's not a light source, this pink this pink is the light source. So the pink should be interacting with it, which is why I would mix it, right? So by mixing it, you're basically allowing yourself to decide, is this thing the light source? And if it is, it needs to be mixing with all these other colors, right? If it's not the light source, the actual light source then needs to be mixing with the green. So either way, you're mixing the green into your canvas first. So yeah, that's kind of my point. So no matter what color you pick, mix it in. Anyway, so that's kind of my, I guess, color tutorial. A little bit. I don't know if that made any sense. And again, that's just one way to do it. There's lots of ways to paint in color. Definitely not a one way. Again, I don't like painting in black and white at the start because I don't know. I mean, that's not true. I don't dislike it, but I do. Ooh, that looks like they have a giant booty. We don't want that there. That was a unintentional shape there. Anyway, there's our back to our character painting. Putting little characters in here. A booty where? Oh, it's. I like how people come out of lurk when I mention booties. It's just like environment paintings and booties do not go together. No, I went like this on accident, where I just like unnecessarily made this character just have like a big square butt for some reason. Butt spot activated. Yeah. Pretty much. It's like a anyway. There's two characters. Maybe this one has a sword because swords are cool. Not really. I think swords are dumb. No, I don't think that. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on swords, to be honest. But there's something about it. They do make for nice compositions, though. Anyway. So yeah, there's something. Also, is the show... Yes, it was, but then I forgot to turn it back on. I made my... Anytime I make my screen grayscale and you guys can see it, I have to turn off the slideshow. There isn't a way for me to do the slideshow without... Yeah. So that's why. Anyway, there's some things up here that are very soft, right? You can see where I blended this little light circle. Like, I don't mind the color, but I don't like that you can see... So, going back to what Koi was talking about, right, with the adding color on top of grayscale, this is actually one of the reasons I don't like it, is because I got this color by an overlay mode, but because of that, you can see these little blurry dots here, where I use a different brush, and so the color doesn't... The color change doesn't happen on the brush strokes, right? It happens like, here's a brush stroke, and the color change is happening in the middle of it, right? Because that's the brush I used. So if I take the edge here, I actually like to come in and basically hand paint new color so that I don't know. It's just a thing that I like doing. It's a way to make it feel painterly. It makes it look like I knew what I was doing. I kind of do know what I'm doing, but I also, when it comes to the color picking, sometimes they do just happen. Okay, so I want to take a step back. First, I need to stop flamingoing, sit up straight, save my painting, drink my cold tea. I swear it was warm last time I drank it. Okay. So, I'm not super happy with this composition. I did a lot of talking today about different things, and I think, oh gosh, what happened here? Let's erase this. And as a result, I kind of lost sight of some things. So let's continue. Let's merge my layers. I want to just see what'll happen if I So I want to focus on foreground, midground, background a little bit. I didn't do any of that today. And I think adding these little rocks in here, especially if I break the silhouette. So if I, for example, adding these little rocks in here could be fun. Again, I don't really know what they are, but it's not. It could be neat if they cross the. So these lines are going this way, right? And to have these other lines intersect, it could be fun because this would give a fun opportunity for some fun contrast, right? So we would have these rocks going into the light and then back into shadow and then back into light. And it would really, I feel like it would really help draw our attention in. Right, so we could go something like this. And sort of these, essentially we're just making a perspective line, right? That could be fun. I don't know if that's what I want to do. I haven't decided yet. But it could be a fun way to sort of yeah, it could be a fun way to get some different things that guide our eye into the distance. Again, I don't know if it's necessary. Probably isn't. Probably looks a lot worse this way. I'm going to erase that. But it's not a bad idea, I think. I'm just not sure quite how I want to do it. So I'm just sort of playing around here. Maybe these trees are more scraggly in nature. And that's what's going to guide our eye into the scene. Something like this. See, so now I think this will work. So these trees can go here. They can also wiggle their way down. Wiggle. They can squirm their way around into the scene in interesting ways that can make, maybe this goes that way. I think this is going to be much more interesting. See, so now I'm doing some shape design, carving out some shapes. There should also be an ever so slightly dark shadow under here. Not much of one. Wiggle. Yeah, just kind of meandering, right? We sort of meandering. And of course, we still have that light. But then, so remember how I was talking about those little stones that could have caught the light? Now we're actually going to be doing that with these, right? We can come in here and put lights literally on top of this. We can just we can just blast it in there with hard light. Same thing here. And, if we wanted, we could even put some in the background here. I know we can't see light. That might look funny, but I don't know. We could do it. maybe this one is not quite right there. Yeah, I'm not sure about the perspective in this. I'm not sure if it's following the line, sort of the. It's not really receding into the distance quite the way I would want it to. But again, we could also put some light here. If we wanted, we could, we could really go to. I was gonna say, yeah, we could really render this. I don't know what I was gonna say. Yeah, so that we could render that a lot. Also, there should be a shadow here, right? Because this is now catching light. So again, we should probably figure out how the heck to render light, or to render this tree trunk stuff. Right, so this is I think this kind of thing can be quite interesting. I think, in my very humble opinion, totally humble, the humblest. Isn't that what that Donald Trump dude said? I am more humble than you'd ever even know. I am so humble. He actually bragged about being humble, if I recall correctly. I might be wrong, but it's funny at any rate. I realize I just went into politics on my own volition. What have I done? It's not really politics, though. Bragging about being humble is not a political thing. Are you painting everything on one layer? Right now I am on one layer, yeah. But I mean, if I turn it off, technically they're separate layers, but I am on one layer, so yeah. I mean, if I move this, there's, But yeah, I do merge my layers every now and then. I kind of use layers as like a save state. So if I want to do something that's bold and new, I'm not gonna undo 80 brush strokes. If I try, I might erase something, or I don't know. I don't typically do that. If I do, I'll erase down to the next layer, right? Like I just did. So if I make a new layer, see, so now I'm on one layer, right? This is all a single layer. If I want to, block in, say, I might make a new layer above it, like when I do my next painting thing. But even if I don't, right? Because this layer is identical to the layer below it, right? It's just all flattened. I can do whatever I want, right? I could add a giant hat on this person, right? Sombrero people right here. They got their little sombreros, maybe, and if I don't like it, I can, if I erase it and I use the actual eraser tool, it just erases down to the bottom layer. Now, there is a point where I have, like, these holes in my painting, and at some point, I will just make a new layer. Like, I'm very destructive when I paint. I don't typically undo stuff to maintain the layers. I mean, I could, but it's not that important to me. There are some things, I think at this stage, when I get a little closer to the end, I do get a little bit more carefree, because I'm kind of doing the finishing touches, so to speak. I'm adding in, like, highlights, and I'm kind of painting on top of the stuff that's already there. Also, I don't have an idea of what's going on back here. I feel like we need some tree shapes and stuff. So yeah, I'm trying to right now come in here and just real quick make this background look interesting. Again, this is just going to be a forest, so I'm just going to add in some trees. I do like these bright white lights, so I'm coming in here and just in between the branches, especially where they split. So like if this is a split branch, I'll add the light right there. Right, if this is a split branch, I'll add some light right there. I like to show, these dark spots, and then the bright light between them. That one was not probably great, but yeah. So that's the thing. There's some bright right here. Just trying to make some interesting patterns of light and dark. I do feel like I could probably get some orange back there even. That could be a nice thing. Okay, I'm at the stage when I make separate layers for everything. Hopefully, no, 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 no. Please don't grow out of it. That I don't think that's. Look, painting. Okay, me painting in separate in all one layer is not a better thing. And if anything, it's a bad thing. If you can find a method or a way of painting where you can keep stuff separated, that's probably more valuable, right? Because especially if you're working with people or you have a process where people are, imagine you're doing concept work and somebody's like, hey, I like this, but can you change the colors? Like, oh yeah, colors are on their separate layer. Of course I can change them, right? Or they say, ooh, I like this, but what if their hat were a different shape? Well, good thing the character's on their own layer, you can just erase, you can mask that part out, add a new part, you can go back to the old version at a later time. Like, layers are fantastic. I don't think they're best. I don't even do them because I think they're best. A lot of it's because I like to use blending, like, I like to actually use, like, smudge tools and stuff like that, and those just don't work very well if you're trying to blend between multiple layers, right? A lot of it has to do with the painterliness of it. Yeah, I don't think a single layer is best. In fact, I will use different layers often, but no, yeah, I hope nobody sees what I'm doing and it's like, oh, this person uses multiple layers. It must be better. Not at all. This is why people say figure out what works for you, because there are ways. So even when doing multiple layer things, there are cases where, especially if I'm doing like a commission, I sometimes will have to come back in here and actually cut out things. So I might come in here and carve out these people after I've drawn them because they're all on one layer. And then I'll literally go cut, paste. I'll make the, I'll block them in even more. And now then I'll have to come back here and paint this out, right? So that when I put the character back, there's like, there's no painting behind it, right? So if I go like this or something, right? This character now, it's like, oh, I move it and the painting exists behind it. But, so yeah, sometimes I have to do more work to actually separate the layers than if I would have just separated them from the start, right? So yeah, I don't think you need... So I think that thought of like, oh, hopefully I'll grow out of it. I don't think so. I mean, I don't... There's nothing to grow out of, really. If anything, it's a bad habit. So all I have to do is get better at naming and organizing layers. And I mean, you don't even have to name them. I mean, you could. Having a really consistent workflow, for example, some people have their process down because they've done it so many times. For example, if you're doing a character, maybe you start out with a single solid layer like this, right? Where you carve out their silhouette, right? So here's my silhouette layer. Bing, bang, boom, it's done, right? And then on the next layer, you make a new layer and you lock it to that old layer. You go like that. I don't know how to do it. But anyway, you can lock a layer to a layer below, and then maybe when you're painting, right, everything you paint remains on that old layer, so then you do like a color layer, and then you do a lighting layer, then you do a shadow layer. And if you do follow the same process, it might be the case that you just get used to, oh, my bottom layer is my silhouette layer, right? The layer above that is my color layer, the layer above that, you could even then jump between them without even having to name them because you already know the order they're in, right? Now, you could color code them, you could name them, right? There's lots of ways to do layers. I think the main thing is that having a workflow that interrupts you to do managerial stuff like naming and organizing can be really disruptive when you're kind of in the flow state or whatever. You're sort of in it, you're thinking, your brain is on a sort of going down the one track of focus. Like, you don't want to have to be snapping out of it to maintain your layers. Like, that's... I don't know. To me, that is a lot of work. And if you can have a way to sort of automate that process in some way where you don't have to think about it, not that naming is bad, it can be really useful, but it definitely can be a bit disruptive. So yeah, I don't know. I know I don't name them because I mainly use the same process. Yeah, I mean that's definitely a lot of people do that. If you use the same sort of process, and it also depends on what you're doing, right? If you're doing, some people will separate foreground, midground, background in environments into different layers, and they can just see from looking at the little tiny thumbnail over here which layer they're on because they understand what shapes make up that layer, right? If I make, oh God, please don't crash. If I make a thumbnail that has a foreground shape that looks like a, well, here, I'll show you an example. Oops, new layer. Okay, so if I make I'm going to make 3 layers here. Let's see if I can do this properly. A dark layer. A medium layer, which is going to be behind it. This. And then a light layer. So the light layer is going to be behind that. Right, so if this is your painting, right, here's my painting. You might be able to look immediately and see this, like, the dark shapes. Like, oh, this giant dark triangle. Yeah, that's my foreground, right? And if everything in my foreground is then attached to this layer, right, how do you do this? If I make a new layer and I go, like, how do I attach it? I don't know. I'm just gonna merge. Oops. I'm gonna make them into a group because I don't know. Right. So maybe you put them in folders. I don't actually know. There's a way to make it so the layer is attached to the layer below it. But anyway, if you did that, right, it could be the case that everything on top of this layer is gonna be locked into this layer, so I can't paint outside of it, but I can paint inside of it, right? So if I try to paint outside, it doesn't work. If I paint inside, it works, right? And so now when I look, it's like, oh yeah, okay, the big black shape down here, that's that layer, right? And if I turn it off, it all turns off, right? So if you keep your painting separate or separated, you absolutely can do that. And then you can also edit things. Maybe you say, I actually don't like this shape back here. I think there should be a little hole. So you're going to go back and delete that. Right? So now this little white, your background layer pokes through. So yeah, some people will separate their layers like that when they're working and they just kind of paint on top and, so like if I try to paint here, I can't do it because I'm painting underneath that layer. And yeah, if you do a certain process a lot, you can switch between them really quick. I separate them in different folders, but like I know bottom folder is background, mid folder is color, and top folder is, yeah, exactly. So this is when people say process. They don't. This is what I think of when I think of process, right? I don't really think of in a technical sense, like, oh, first I do background, then I do this, then I do shapes. I mean, a little bit of that, but it's more about understanding how you work so that the nuance of like when you do what you do it matters. Like, for example, when do you name your folders, right? Do you do it before you make them? Probably not, right? You're probably focused, you're doing your thing, and then you go back and clean up a little bit, right? You have these little like intermission moments. It's almost like getting up and taking a 10-minute break where maybe you just, stop painting for a bit, do this sort of monotonous naming task where you just kind of go through the motions. Like, knowing how you work, knowing the outcome and where you're going, and sort of developing a way of working that fits that. To me, that's a lot of what process is. It's just understanding yourself, understanding what you like, developing ways of working on top of the ways you already like working, right? So it doesn't make any sense for you to work the exact same way I work, because I'm doing things specifically because of how I respond to things that I'm already doing, right? Like, you aren't going to need to do color correction at the end of every image if you got that stuff figured out in the first step,
right? I only have to do it because I don't have a clue what I'm doing, right? So it's like I'm kind of coming back in and fixing my own mistakes. And so, yeah, I mean, painting is very much reacting to what's already there. And because it's so reactionary, oftentimes, the things I do would only make sense. Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of this whole messy process, and it's yeah, it feels complicated, but I feel like each part is pretty simple. Anyway, what am I working on right now? Oh yeah, I was trying to make the background here look interesting. And by background, I just mean these silhouettes back here. I do, you know what? I'm gonna do something I wasn't planning on doing. I'm gonna add a little bit of water back here. I don't know if this is gonna look good, but I'm gonna try it. I feel like I just need some blues down here. The lasso tool trick. Okay, I don't know if that would look good. I mean, actually, that looks okay. And I'm going to come in here and just start painting on top of this. These things can be up here. These can go here. Lots of overlap. Again, here, lots and lots of overlap. Because this is the edge that overlaps. That doesn't. I just found your stream. Your art is sick. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah, these are the little highlights I'm gonna put in here. Some of these could be dark. Like I could actually make this a darker shape. Obviously, it doesn't make any sense for things to be super bright all the time when highlights. But it's just a nice way to show. Anyway. So yeah. I think we're gonna end. I don't know. That's kind of maybe I don't like that. Maybe I erase that. I mean, I don't really want the puddle on the side of the screen. It isn't amazing for composition. But maybe I can actually add some back here as well. Maybe it can silhouette their head. Maybe that's how I do it. And a little bit of here, there, there. Ah, thank you for consider joining the Discord, everyone. There, yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you don't have to, but I appreciate the follow. Now we don't need to recruit too hard on the Discord. The Discord's, I mean, typically if people spend a lot of time in stream, they'll figure it out. You know, I feel like because Discord is kind of an extension, right? If you're already somebody who hangs out a lot in stream, it kind of makes sense to hang out in the Discord too. But if you're not already, yeah. Anyway, it doesn't really matter though. I mean, it's all welcome for anyone. Anyway, I like this. I finished the cat toy I was crocheting. Oh, let's take a look. Ah, cat. It's a little cat toy. That's cute. It's a fish. It's a fishy. That is a fish, right? It looks like a fish. It's amazing. Crocheting is so cool. Also, I saw a video about like why crocheting machines basically don't exist, and they do in some capacity. Like knitting machines, automated knitting is extremely common, obviously, but crocheting is really hard because it's way more complicated to make a machine. There are some very basic crocheting machines, but they can't do all the intricate stuff that people can do. At least, like, oh, you saw it too? Yeah. Anyway, that gave me a newfound appreciation for crocheting. Like, I mean, I kind of knew that already in some ways, but it's cool to watch that and be like, you know what? I'm glad people still crochet. We haven't automated that away, you know? Not that we've automated away knitting either, but I don't know. It was kind of a nice thing. So yeah, I'm glad you saw that video. I'm glad I'm not the only one who watches crocheting videos when I don't actually crochet. I mean, you do crochet, so it makes sense that you would watch it. But yeah. Okay, so some of these shapes are not amazing. It's the mystery of the algorithm. Yeah, I mean that when I watch a video with like 2 billion views or whatever, 2 million views or 200 million, who knows how many. It's no wonder that. Also, I feel like a lot of videos, and I know this for a fact because I have a YouTube, and even though it's not very successful or very big, I shouldn't say successful. It's just new, right? It's new and small, but it actually tells you which videos people watch that when your video gets recommended to them, right? So there are other art bit streamers, or not streamers, but art YouTubers who, if you've watched their video, there is a good chance that my video was also recommended to you, right? Because it has similar things. So if you watch, let's say, a lot of those big name YouTubers like I don't know Veritasium or Mark Rober or I'm just any big YouTuber. It could be Mr. Beast, right? The videos that will be recommended to you will probably be the same for like not the exact same, but like there's gonna be overlap, right? Because they're like these people who watch these groups of videos also tend to enjoy these other groups of videos, and so suddenly if you're one of those people who has like that crocheting video and you get recommended, it's like you kind of hit the jackpot, right? It's like, oh, people who watch these other things also like this video. I mean, it's just a fascinating video to be honest, but yeah. So that's a thing, apparently. So I'm gonna put some lines in here in the hair just to before we end. I don't know why this person looks so freakishly huge. I mean, I do know why they look so freakishly huge because I painted them that way. Let's make them smaller. How do I do this? I guess like this and just move them down. Kind of an awkward thing to do, but that'll work. Just kind of trying to paint behind this now. Kind of going back and in time and sort of repainting some of this stuff. This guy looks weird, or this person. I don't know if it's a guy. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. This character. Alright, adding in some of that here. Adding the leg areas. There we go. Okay, so here's that character who's not very interesting yet, shape-wise. Again, want to add some of that brightness between the legs because that's where we see the sun going behind them. There we go. Okay, and then of course some shadows down here as well. Real quick. Some variation in color. Let's see, what else? Also, this kind of looks like water. I wonder if we can't add some of this here. The same, I'm just going to repeat these colors. So, adding a little bit of this green to this water. There, that's kind of neat. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Okay, so I am getting ready to end, I say, for like 20 minutes in a row.
This is kind of this nice green teal color. Okay, this needs to be some harder edge lines, some darker stuff here, because this is going to be the edge of like water, I think. Sort of marshy. Because I was adding some water in here. But I didn't want it to be too on the edge of the painting. But I think I'm okay with that if I imply that there's water elsewhere. Like that. Kind of marshy. I don't know. Maybe the composition there is not great. Probably is, or it's not great, actually. I can see it. Whatever. We'll just go like this. I don't want to draw too much attention to this corner, so I'm trying to like blend it in slowly. I think it's kind of cool. Maybe what this needs is like a cat. Or some sort of, maybe a dog. No, I'm not sure what animal this is going to be. I guess a dog. Can't go wrong with cat, but maybe a fox? Nah, I'm a little dog. I don't know. Something like this. Maybe like a... I kind of made this shape that I kind of like. It's kind of a fun shape. Like a Shiba Inu kind of style dog. I don't know. Something like that. Alright, anyway, we are going to end stream here. Thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. There's that. Maybe we can get some color on this animal, because right now he's kind of just green, because that's the color I picked. Again, the green wasn't the important part, it's the value. Thanks for your stream. Thank you for being here. And yeah, no problem. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody hanging out. I feel like there was a bunch of you who stuck around for quite a long time. I realize my streams can be long, and most people don't have 4 hours to hang around in a row. But it always makes for good conversation, lots of different topics. Kind of don't like that this brightness, though, is right behind his... Or not behind his head. Kind of made a weird tangent. Anyway. So yeah, thanks for being here. Here's today's painting. Obviously, it, you know, it's not like a masterpiece, but it's fun to just kind of noodle around, talk about art stuff, and sort of, yeah, I like it. I think I'm going to try to come up with a theme, though, for next stream. And if anybody wants to offer suggestions, please do. You can always put, you know, you can always mention them at or either in Discord or at the start of a stream when I'm doing thumbnailing. Yeah, I think it'd be fun to come up with some sort of theme, because I don't know. I just think it's fun. We did like a Portal-y theme a couple days ago, and I was happy with it. So let's find somebody to raid. Who shall we raid? Let's see. Let's go to Twitch. See who's on. Chakiri's on. Chakiri stream? What? Hold on, we're raiding Chakiri. How is she on? I don't think have we ever raided her? /raid. I don't know if I've ever raided Chakiri, because I don't know if I've ever seen her on when I'm on. Anyway, Chakiri is amazing. If you like, oh, she doesn't have a mic on today. Okay. Yeah, if you like amazing portrait art, you should totally go to Chakiri's stream and check it out. She has a painterly style. She's so good. Beautiful use of color and values and everything. Like,
Her process is a bit chaotic, kind of, but if you take a look at like her Instagram and stuff, it's absolutely gorgeous. You'll love it. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Copy paste the raid call. I do have socials as Kath posted. Yeah, see you on Saturday. So yeah, see you all Saturday. Thank you again for being here, and take care of yourselves. Stretch, hydrate, eat food, do all the stuff you need to do, and adios. Bye. Bye, Franzen.